Uh, God damn it. 1 second. It's my camera. It's my camera. Also, I forgot to not have my VPN on because it causes me issues. Give me 1 second. I'll fix this. I'll fix this. There we go. Uh-huh. All right. Voila. Magic. Anyway. We're back. Reverie Roundtable, doing it right now. You guys have had a good one. Good few days. Enjoyed this Labor Day. Let's see who we got here. Got a few people who are around. That's fantastic. Jumping in. Hey, everybody. How are you?
Good evening. Doing good. Happy Labor Day, I suppose.
Okay. I suppose.
The
So
thing
you
that
don't
well,
actually
I guess
wish
it's
me
part of your news article, but I don't know how much whatever is taken seriously in the United States.
Labor Day? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a major holiday. Most people are off. And it's a big travel holiday. So a lot of people who are with family and who are gonna come back. Like they'll be traveling today and tomorrow. And it's gonna be awful because you should never actually travel on these days, on these
On
holidays.
the major holidays, yeah.
Yeah,
With everyone else in the world, or like
yeah, the perfect idea, guys. Everyone else is doing it. So yeah, so it's a extremely stressful day, I can tell you that. And yeah, but But is in terms of, I guess maybe if you're asking like in terms of people, excuse me, are people celebrating like labor?
Yeah.
Less so, yeah, like than like Christmas, right?
Yeah,
But
like, it's not the spirit of the holidays, it's like an excuse for a day off and to, like, travel.
yeah. So that's what it majorly is. But I think honestly, this year, it might be a bit different. In that like to so many labor movements happening, right? Like
Mhm.
this might be a year that people are actually thinking about labor.
So it seems to me it's, like, overall the same sentiment, up here in Canada with Lactoid, where, like, even just on a Friday, as I was, like, walking to the gym, which is, like, just, like, a 5-minute walk or, like, 10-minute like, literally, like, just about, every other car is, like, being packed up, to, like, go on some sort of road trip, for, like, the
Mm,
entire weekend.
mm.
So just, like, a dozen people just on, like, my 5-minute walk. Just like leaving. So I think it's just an excuse to travel. And that seems to hold true even just in my limited social circle.
Oh, my Nemesis, Scott.
You got to be more specific. A lactoid or Scott?
Right.
Are they both named Scott?
Yeah, she said Scott.
I don't actually know Lactoid's real name.
Oh,
Unless it is
I'll
Lactoid.
assume it's Scott.
What if it was Scott?
Yeah.
I'm sure
I mean,
it's
like, I
Stevie.
feel like
It is
in
Steve,
order to
Scott.
be my nemesis, like, you have to like
They're
tussle
relevant
with
to
me or
you.
something. Like, I
Yeah,
remember,
no, I get the
yeah,
joke.
like, yeah, no, I mean, I remember one time you were like dead set on debating me, and I was like, fuck it, yeah, I'll do it. And then you just like lied and said that you were busy and couldn't do it, and streamed anyways while I was waiting for our Crucible debate. So like,
What?
you know,
Oh, it fell through. I thought.
you know, and
Okay,
then
he never got
yeah,
back
I
to
was
me.
like,
I
so,
asked him if I specifically said I wanted to debate him. I think something
Mhm.
might have happened, but I'm still down to do it anytime.
hit him up.
I'm hitting you up. Why do we need a middleman here?
Well, I mean, just because I don't feel like doing an unmoderated debate.
Fair enough. Because you're weak.
You want to hit up Modern Day Debates or Prime or somebody else? Like, I don't care.
Oh yeah, no, I'll. You know,
I stopped streaming and I started doing recording content, so like, I'm free in a lot more schedules than normal.
Oh, perfect. I will hit up Modern Day Debate. Anything in particular you wanted to speak about?
No,
Or like a topic?
I'll take you on
I
anything.
think your libertarian perspective is dog shit and very stupid. So do you want to go on that maybe?
That's the thesis, right?
I mean, if that's your proposition, if that's your prop, like, that's fine. That's a dumb prompt. Plus, it just kind of leaves it.
I'm just saying something off the top, okay? I'm
Literally
just
borrowing it
saying something off
after
the top.
Prime's prompt. That's exactly what prompt.
Go back to the drawing board. Figure out whatever you're mad at me about, since I'm your nemesis.
I'm not mad at you about anything. I think it's a term of endearment.
Well, if I was to call you my nemesis, I'm ready to fuck you up. Just so you know, like, so like, I'm not.
Like,
That's why you're not my
you wanna
nemesis. I
fight?
don't really care.
I played board games last night and I won all of them. So you wanna tango with me?
Board games?
Board games. She's hopped up on Red
slowly
Bull.
turning into a fucking date. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't play no goddamn
No,
board
we're
games.
friends. Stop. Don't be weird.
I'm not being weird.
Well, you were Nemesis. Now you're friends.
Yeah,
no, but that's how it always is.
You know what I'm saying?
That's how it
We're
always is. actually.
Nema friends.
In comic books, that's how that works, right? Like those two are the same thing.
True.
This is a rom-com in the making. The meet cute is on the debate.
Fucking Naruto, just like, Sasuke's my best friend. No, he's not. Like, not even a little bit.
What's your thoughts on John Zerka?
Oh, fuck, man.
Is that your thoughts?
Who are we missing?
We're missing Aiko. We feel like he should.
I like
be
these
like
smaller.
him.
I like these smaller panels. They should be fun. You get into a lot more with these. Plus, Corey gets an opportunity to speak in these smaller panels, which never happens on the larger panels.
more dialogue from me.
You know what
I
mean?
think
Like,
I think Corey like has the opportunity to speak when he wants, so he just has to be fired up to do so. That like it has to be the topic that fires him. Like there's a look in his eyes when he's ready to go. So,
Scott, I know you're having some health issues. Are you doing better?
Okay, you cannot go from Nemesis to like cause
I
concerned about my health issues
legitimately.
publicly on stream.
God,
Like, nah,
I want
we're
you,
good,
you know,
fam.
I want you to on it, but how you feeling? Let me check in with you.
No, I heard you were going through some stuff, so I was concerned. I'm a
Here's-
It'd
leftist.
be a
I'm
shame if those got
sympathetic.
worse, Scott. It'd be a shame.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Look, I haven't
Yeah.
vaped in months. I'm doing daily long hikes. All right. I'm
That's
tracking all of my fucking
Congratulations.
all my macronutrients and calories on LifeSum. Like we're building one good habit at a time so my fat ass can be around for my kids.
hey, Nina,
That's
how it
now
starts.
Glad you're doing
perfect
well.
opportunity, right? Ask him about like how's his kids doing? Like little Johnny, little Susie.
No.
Ask him.
How are your kids doing?
Yeah, I very rarely talk about my kids publicly.
Yeah, no,
Mostly because I just don't want too much information out there.
Yeah.
I
Like
absolutely
when you
agree
do,
with
when
that.
you do things like be on stream and cook a pound of bacon to show the picture of Muhammad and it says Muhammad and you point to it and go, this person rapes 14-year-old girls named Aisha, and then eat the bacon and go ha 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 hate facts on stream. Probably a good idea not to have your children's info out.
Oh, you're saying that you've done that?
Yeah. I used to do hate facts
Gotcha.
to
Okay.
antagonize the people that sent me death threats. I'm like, come back. I'll cook a pound of bacon and eat it for you.
Hi, Cal. Good to see you.
Then I think your policy of not talking about children is a sound policy.
Probably.
Yeah, sound
you know what I'm
policy.
saying? Like,
Uh,
you don't need to know. You don't need to know how they're doing.
hey, Joe Lewis. Joe Lewis apparently has some sort of amazing open topic for me.
Are they
So,
still
Looking
alive?
forward for it.
Can we have that?
A little lie.
No, Scott, are your kids still alive?
Oh,
Why are you still asking questions? Like,
I'm
yes,
just asking
they're fine.
one very simple question: are they alive or not?
And their social
they're not
security
in-
number.
they're-
That's just very
they're not
specific.
They're
Send
not
proof
in a
of life
basement
right
or a
now. Proof of
closet.
life.
Okay,
Like, you
that's
know.
all I was asking. That's all I was asking.
Before we send the
Okay.
ransom money, send proof of life. Then.
yeah. I mean, like they're not in a basement or a closet because they've chewed through the ropes. They've gone to neighbors for help.
Notice he didn't ask you the question. She asked if they're alive, and then he said, "Well, they're not in a basement." So
They are above the ground, but they are dead.
Okay. All right.
You consider a hobbit hole a basement?
Hobbit hole. Point.
I think
Um,
it's like perpetually a basement.
Yeah, I mean,
already.
yeah, like a crawl space. Like what does a crawl space count as? Thank you all for being here. Much appreciated. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of guests here. I'm really excited. And I'm not. I can predict where some of these people are going to land on these topics, but of course. But I think we're going to have a good time. So anyway, I'll start by introducing them. And also letting you know, you can get sub to the channel, you can follow the channel, if you haven't done so already, all that good stuff, all right? Start with my friend, Lactoid. Lactoid, how are you doing on this grand Labor Day?
I'm doing great. And Prime, I wanted to thank you for inviting me back on the show after the controversial subject that Doobie brought up last time. That frog, that guy, I swear to God. But no, I'm very excited for this one. Yeah, and you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
What did I
DB
miss? That
Yeah,
something
I
was
don't
so
know.
bad. Lactoid was worried about getting invited back.
I have to know too.
It went to 5 a.m. apparently. It was somewhere around there, right, Prime? I mean, it was.
Yeah, but for positive reasons why that happened, completely separate from the topic. It was good. It was a good day for me.
Glad
But
to hear it.
yeah.
I guess we'll never know.
But actually, like, as always, I barely remember. What, Lily, what was
So
it
maybe you
actually?
should have been invited. He just doesn't know it. Like, he just forgot.
Well, and maybe he'll give me reason to eject him right now. What was the subject?
It's because he's Canadian.
It was the reparations discussion. Remember?
Those reparations. Okay, all right.
Slavery as well.
You
Yeah.
dropping N-words or
A
what?
conversation on reparations on fucking Twitch. That's never happened before.
But
I mean-
the lucrative part of the conversation was who to kick and who not to
When the
kick.
black people get paid, that's probably the most lucrative.
Yeah, that happened at the end.
Yeah, a black person got paid. That's for sure.
Hey.
There you go.
And that started
Reparations.
honestly, and we can thank Lactoid for indulging us in that conversation, or that wouldn't have been the outcome. So
Well,
thank
Lactoid
you,
is-
Lactoid.
before-
It's
okay,
involved
look,
in reparations,
let's-
technically.
Let's
You're-
avoid the
you're
word
right.
indulgences, okay? Like maybe that's not the right word.
Hey,
Here.
I'm fine with indulgences. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like Rich got it.
Yeah,
At least Rich got the
I'm
joke.
good. Yeah.
All right. Well, but thank you, good friend, Lactoid. And I hope you're acclimated here to like our holidays. So maybe you found something to do on Labor Day. I don't know what they celebrate today in Canada, but
They work extra hard on Labor Day.
you work extra. All right, thank
Canadians
you.
even work? I don't know. It's fucking. I feel like there's hardworking Americans, and then there's like the rest of the West, which doesn't do much, and then there's like the rest of the world. It's like the third. That's like
Like
the
the
three
Canadian.
worlds.
But we have another Canadian here. You can tell us like how hard you have been working today.
0%. I've done. This is a zero productivity day for me, as is every day. Actually, I'm anti-labor, to be perfectly honest. Anti-work, all kinds of anti-stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. Always appreciated to be here and sit here in silence. So I look forward to doing that again. And like, yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCam84, and on X and Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. I cover science, research, and news. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, good friend. Next, we have our friend Aiko, who's here. Aiko, we haven't had you here in a while. I know your schedule has changed, which is really unfortunate. But we're happy to.
I teach classes on Mondays, but because it is Labor Day, I am not laboring, and therefore I was available.
Yeah. The magic of American hypocrisy. So Aiko, yeah, thank you so much.
I'm just changing bosses. I work for Prime today.
Which counts for everyone here. Scott, thank you for showing up today. Your attendance has been spotty, but I'm going to keep you on staff.
Wasn't aware I had a contract with you.
A contract where you're paid in hugs and kisses. Scott,
Yeah.
thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah, I'm Scott Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube. You can find my booker, Michael Ski Skotsky, on X. By finding Fabian Liberty. You can if you want to look for a gaming channel, Fabian 101, or you can find me on Rumble, Fabian Liberty. Pretty much Fabian Liberty everywhere.
Thank you so much. All right, and finally, our friend Nina, who I also feel like we haven't had here in a little bit. But thanks for being around.
My audio's working. I was messing around with that. I'm sorry. You can hear me, right?
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for having me. As always, I do feel like it's been. I always feel like it might be a little personal when you don't invite me, but it's always good to see our best friend Lactoid, of course. And by the way, the beard looks great. Good to see you, of course, Corey, and Aiko. Big fan as always. And Scott, we are still nemesises, and as much as you don't know that I exist or whatever, but it's always fun to be on the. It's always fun to be on the Prime K panel. It's kind of nice to see kind of a smaller panel today, so I'm really excited to see what we're gonna go. Twitch.tv/Nina NEEINA. We stream every single day. I think we're at 220 days so far. So,
Nice.
you want somebody to hang out with? I'm always here.
I'm getting Spider-Man Across the Universe vibes, where the guy doesn't know, like the bad guy, like his Spider-Man's unaware of him, and just like doesn't care.
I don't understand why everybody is trying to.
Wait,
ship
who's your
this so
booker?
fucking
Who's your
hard.
booker?
Like we're good. Fabian Liberty, also known as Michael Skiskotsky.
Gotcha.
Okay.
In no way, shape, or form is he related to Michael Scott.
Okay. Thank you all for being here, and I really do appreciate you guys taking your time on Labor Day. Because you guys could be doing other things, right?
You
Like,
are paying all of us, right?
yes. I'm paying you the same way I'm paying Scott. So
I expect tax forms, Prime. I'm
actually
sure that'll make
good
everyone
on
happy.
hugs and
So I,
kisses.
Yeah, I need like a I-9 or whatever.
I don't know what they're called in the United States, but I want tax forms.
no, if you don't know what you're called, then I'll definitely send you tax forms. If you have no idea what those things are, sure, no problem. Topic 1. The NYPD will be using aerial drones to monitor backyard parties this Labor Day weekend. If they get a complaint, they will have drone teams ready to mobilize and observe the situation. If deemed necessary, officers can be sent to intervene. Consistently over the years, Labor Day weekend has had bloody outcomes due to gun violence. With that in mind, is this an acceptable use of police surveillance? If more protections were in place to uphold civil liberties, would that affect your answer? And if we can't stop the encroachment of new forms of technological surveillance, isn't it better to embrace them with heavy regulations? So, yeah, was just announced like days, like 2 days maybe before Labor Day weekend. It was just like very quickly. Eric Adams, the cop mayor of New York, unsurprisingly wanted to empower the cops. He got this idea. He got this idea on a trip to Israel. And he's like, I like the surveillance technology here. I want to take this back to New York. He said something along those lines, and yeah, so we did, and so we created this program. He's rolling it out this weekend, and as far as I know, at least from that announcement, that it was just Labor Day weekend, but maybe he said otherwise somewhere else. But they're getting started. So I really I'm curious what you guys think about the implications, and like could there be safety benefits here? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so very briefly, the use of police drones is actually very hotly contested as an issue legally. There are arguments on both sides that actually, under the standards set by Kylo versus United States, they may, in fact, be unconstitutional. However, there is currently no definitive case law that answers that question. So they are generally legal in most jurisdictions, as far as I'm aware. And so that's obviously why they're being brought in here. As to my personal opinion, as much as I hate the idea of police flying surveillance drones around, looking at me while I'm walking around my yard, the fact that they are only sending them when complaints
Drones are here.
made. Yeah, they're fucking.
You have some
they're
drones
flying
in your
around.
house? What is that?
It's my phone. The fact they are only sending the drones when complaints are made, I think, seems reasonable. And in my mind, the first thing I thought of was that it seems comparable directly to police helicopters, right? Police helicopters can be called and fly over cities, and officers can look down upon events occurring. And we just kind of accept this as happening, and nobody has a real problem with it. I think the real difference here is that because drones are cheaper, we're concerned about them being used more often. However, I don't know how solid that is. Drones are cheaper for everybody. They can be purchased by members of the general public as long as they aren't scanning the insides of homes. Just about anybody can buy a drone and fly it up into the air, and in public areas, certain designated areas, and potentially look down into people's backyards. The real question, I think, really this is just how much we want the police patrolling. I think there are high crime areas that could definitely use more police presence, and so I think generally I'm okay with it.
Yeah. So Lactoid walks around his yard naked, self-report, clearly.
He brags about his backyard all the time, too, right?
There we go.
And doesn't mind who's looking.
Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah. So this is a little bit tricky. I don't have. I can go sort of either way on this. I'll sort of outline my leanings currently. But what I'll say is like I think it's really interesting how like as a result of a trip to Israel, like this prompts an idea where like I think Israel's in a pretty unique situation. I don't know all of the entire history of Israel, but I think that's a pretty unique overall location and a lot of unique history there that makes certain things unique maybe to them and not necessarily extrapolatable to the United States. But on paper, am I opposed to this in terms of like giving police more power to, surveil or maybe save police resources in terms of like if it's actually used as described here in the prompt of like, well, instead of like before the police actually go and have an actual, in-person presence, they have a drone just check out the situation and whatever, thumbs up, thumb down, or if it works like that, I'm not necessarily opposed to that. But do I actually trust the police to not abuse this extra power? No, not really. So right now, the way I sort of like thread the needle of like, so I don't know what the actual laws are, and I'll probably defer to Lacto, but even then, it seems like the laws aren't entirely clear now, or they're like being fleshed out. But I would say it's permissible for me to empower the police to have these drones if, and for surveillance, if it's permissible for the public to surveil the police with drones as well, where they could just, up to the, police patrol car, they can just hang around there, surveil them. If that's permissible, then like, yeah, have at it, I would say right now. That's where I lean towards.
Okay. Love everything that came out of Corey's mouth. And I like the idea of like the drones, like being an alternative to like an actual encounter with police officers. I didn't really think about it that way. If that's the way it's used, we'll see. Let's go to our friend Aiko.
Yeah, so my favorite part of this story is Mayor Adams apparently goes to Israel and says to himself, "Do you know what New Yorkers need? They need to be treated more like occupied Palestinians." Like that was the first thought that goes through his head. That just amazes me. So when it comes to like this kind of surveillance, and I know Lactoid talked about Kylo, but also there are other like precedences too, and typically it's that any kind of surveillance, if it's going to be tested for the first time, it needs to be sort of trailing edge. In other words, it needs to exist in other contexts first, and then and only then can you really think about it, right? And they call it, you have to have a reasonable expectation of privacy. And it seems to me that you should have a reasonable expectation. If you have a chain link fence, okay, maybe not in your backyard, right? But if you have a big wooden fence, you have a reasonable expectation of privacy. I don't think there's anything wrong with expecting privacy, even though your neighbor might, as again Lactoid said, might be flying their own drone in public spaces. But once they fly over your backyard, it's not a public space anymore. So I think, at least today, right now, at the current point, we have an expectation of a reasonable expectation of privacy in our backyards, which means that having like a police drone fly over it changes it, right? It violates our expectation of privacy. And I think until we get to some future point where we're constantly waiting for 7-Eleven to drop food off in our backyard or something, I don't know. Like after a while, maybe the expectation changes. But right now, I don't feel like it has sufficiently. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that right now.
Thank you. Scott.
So I find this to be, I actually really like this prompt, because in a perfect world where police agencies are private and you had a voluntary usage of whether or not that police agency was for your property, this would be perfectly fine, right? This would be something you would negotiate. But it's important to remember that the state has no legitimacy to engage in any policing activity whatsoever. Police are an illegitimate occupying military force. So I don't understand why the fuck we would give them more power and more rights to spy on us while we're at a fucking barbecue. The real reason I think some people look at this and they're like, oh, this is crazy, we can't have this, is something that is, it's kind of the antithesis of the submerged state, which is this idea in sociology that like the state does a bunch of stuff, but most of it is hidden from us. We have no idea what goes on in the bureaucracy. We have no idea like the layers of red tape and government and paperwork for a program to work, right? And so there are certain things that occur in an election cycle that can really ruin you as like a local candidate, right? And that is like trash removal and snow removal, right? Like these things are like ways that we see the state. And all of a sudden we're like, whoever's in charge is doing a bad job. And I think this is true with the idea of like a drone at your cookout. Is like the moment you see a drone at your cookout, you're like, oh my God, it's like it's a Minority Report is here. The fucking robots are flying over to see if I'm smoking weed at my fucking barbecue. Like, what is going on? And yet, like, nobody's really mad that the Holman Square facility in Chicago's still open. Like, we have black sites where we beat the shit out of and interrogate people with no due process, to try and find out gang information in the middle of Chicago. And then we just magically move them to another area. And like, what is it, like last I checked, it was like approaching 10,000 people that have been held at Holman Square, and it's still open. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, so long as we don't see it, it's not really a big problem to us. It's once when it looks scary, all of a sudden it becomes a problem, because it looks scary to have drones and to hear about your neighbor having a drone. But when, gang members are locked up in a facility somewhere, nobody really cares, right? And so I do think it is an interesting thing. So ultimately, I would say the police have no authority to do this, but of course, the police have no authority to do a goddamn thing that they do anyways. And so how do we work with that? The way that we work with that is we should champion every effort to reduce their power as much as possible, always, until such a time that we can be free from the existence of the police state.
Hey, Scott, I had never heard of that facility you're talking about.
Never heard of the Chicago black site? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I've never heard of it at all. If you have something, if you have like an article or something that I could look
Just
at.
literally just Google Holman
Chicago
Square
black-
facility. You will find, or just Chicago black site. You will
Chicago
Home like
black sites.
HOME.
hundreds of articles, all from like
Home
2014,
in
2015.
Where facility?
HOMAN.
HOMAN. Sorry,
Supposedly they don't do black site stuff there anymore, but it's still
Where
open.
facility?
Holman Square. Yeah, I see. Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I've never heard of this. All right, but thank you for that. Let's go to our friend Nina.
I hate going. Can I get like right before Scott with the rest of the questions? Because I feel like he just says some insane shit that I feel like I do want to look into. But what the fuck was the main topic?
Aerial drones.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's insanely invasive for like no reason. Like, does the police really think that they're doing anything of an effective value by like seeing like people get their dicks out or whatever they're doing in their own backyards, grilling or whatever, like they're not really doing anything, and like the invasion of privacy just seems unnecessary. So I guess like to be like I know a little long-winded previously with Scott, so I'm just gonna keep it a little short here. Where I think it's just seems like a silly Billy bullshit thing where like you don't have to come to I know that you wanted to come to my barbecue, but you couldn't. So that's kind of a you problem.
Okay, thank you. All right, open to the panel.
Well, I guess
I'm against all of you, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I
last choice.
think this is a good idea. I don't see the major problem with it.
Well, so I guess I would need like I was maybe somewhat serious in terms of like where I stand of like, so what are the laws, or is there any like, can basically citizens surveil the police with the drone? Is that permissible?
Yes.
Okay.
In most places.
It should be.
It's
So
pretty controversial with auditors. It is a thing that often happens where the police will like try and arrest or harass people that are flying a drone, but like basically our legal system, and Lactoid I'm sure has more information, it's really bad at like 3-dimensional property rights.
Yeah.
Like what constitutes but so long as you're not like in Virginia, for example, there are laws about drone, but like so long as you're within a certain altitude, it's kind of like a free zone where you can basically do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
But as a citizen, as iCal Rich explained, there's a reasonable expectation of privacy. And so if I start drone footage of like a woman sunbathing in her backyard, or I don't know, a dude like, trying to like get a suntan on his asshole, because that's a thing now, like in his backyard, and like he's
Give it a
got,
try.
large privacy fence,
Who isn't
all of
trying
a
to?
sudden, that becomes a problem. Where with
Right
the
back.
police, the police kind of can just do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
Even when they violate the law,
I know that.
like
Yeah,
they kind of get away with it.
there's three-dimensional issues. So that's why, like, I'm curious, Lactoid. This brings up an old '90s movie, I think, The Enemy of the State. Of like, what do we get to the point of like citizen satellites? Or to that point of like just like one person, or like now police have access to satellites, and they like pretty much like Enemy of the State, but even like more high resolution, or like actually see into your home. Is that more?
Well,
Is that also?
You can't,
that's a line.
can't legally have a satellite.
Well,
No,
the
not
government
yet.
will stop you.
Not yet.
Right,
But
so
like,
right. But
You heard it,
here's
Elon
the
Musk.
point. Here's the point, right? So the home is considered different. Like constitutionally, it's very different. Legally, it's very different, right? You have a very clear expectation of privacy within your home, and I think that
sure.
there-
Even just like backyard, as in like now is your backyard?
backyard, I
free?
think you have less so. Honestly, I think
Okay.
backyard you have a much
Well, I don't
less
know.
so.
Do you know
because
that, or
anybody
do
flying
you think
over can
that?
look down and see you? I mean, how could you expect to be private in a world in which
Well,
people have flying machines?
you're the lawyer here. Well, what's illegal? Like, can somebody see you the same way in like your back? Like, if somebody's like trying to like spy on you, let's say, like,
It's
would you
super
have
gray.
the same?
Yeah. So like
Legally, it's super
like
gray.
rare area.
It's an unresolved area.
Versus
So,
like looking through like a window, like it's kind of like we don't really know.
yeah, if you fly the drone like up to somebody's second story window, I think that's going to be like, it's still going to be gray because there's nothing specific against it. But like you're going to have a much harder time justifying that if the person like sues you, or if there's some kind of like civil dispute that comes up out of that, right?
Okay.
But if you're like flying your own drone above your own backyard where you can see everyone else's backyards, you're probably going to be okay. Like I don't see how they could really come after you for that.
Well, I have to ask you, like, do you know how it would go with like peeping, for example? Like if like you were like, I don't know, like on a second story window, and like you leave your window open because you assume nobody's going to see you, and then somebody's flying a drone looking at you changing. Like,
right. And there's separate laws for that too, right? There's laws against like peeping toms, for example, of like, again, solidifying the concept of like the inside of your house, you having this very strong right to privacy within your house. And so this applies to inside your house, but not necessarily to your backyard.
Right. Like, why doesn't it apply to? Shouldn't you? Do you think that it should apply to your backyard? Because I think like I should be able to be naked as fuck in my backyard, and some assholes shouldn't be able to look at me.
So okay, so sure, you're naked in your backyard. Like okay, and then there's a plane. There's a plane flying overhead. Often. Is the plane allowed to fly overhead?
Okay, but
or can they just not look?
Well, I'm saying like you shouldn't be able to take photos. I think that's probably like maybe where I would.
So okay, so like a news, like let's say there's like a newscopter, right, who's flying over a city, and I have my backyard within the city where I'm butt naked, and the newscopter is covering this massive like protest or something. Do they have to like? Can they even fucking like record the protest because they can see my schlong right there in the corner?
No, they could just blur your shit.
Like, they could just blur. No, it's live. It's all live. They can't blur my shit. It's live.
You can blur shit live? What are you talking about? You know.
I mean, there might be like AI algorithms.
There's a delay.
There might be some delay.
There's a delay on all the live programs now.
Oh, you're just, okay. Whatever. I'm not gonna make that joke, but whatever. Go ahead.
I don't know if that's. I don't. But no. But so.
No, I know.
Right. So yeah, I'm
like
sure.
There's a delay. They can blur.
Lays me up.
I'm sure they try to like blur it. You know, obviously to like prevent issues coming down, and obviously to like not get in trouble with their network. But like, I don't know. What if I argued? Well, even if you blur me, I just don't want to be on. I don't want to be on your news page. Like, what are they going to do? Just like put a big black box around my entire area? Around the whole, all the city, except for like the one street where the protesters are on. Is that?
Well, I mean, like maybe they don't like show like people like just sunbathing in their backyard, like for fun. Like, do you really mean like
I don't want my backyard.
your...
I don't want my backyard recorded.
Yeah, period. He's got like a swastika there.
Are you?
Right?
Do you have like a jet?
I cut my lawn in a proprietary way.
In his Canadian lawn.
I want you to see how I do it. Yeah.
The idea of having a lawn in Canada is adorable.
Yeah, but
look, I don't think I honestly don't think that in today's age there's a reasonable expectation of privacy in a yard that's visible to the sky. Now, in your house, when you have a roof, I think you do have a reasonable expectation of privacy, because if people are going to like
Sure.
scan the inside of your house, this requires something targeted. This requires them literally like we're gonna. There's no other reason to do this besides scanning your fucking place, right? That's different than like again looking around, or in this case, the police get
Thoughts
a
on
complaint.
on umbrellas.
So the thing
I'm,
here,
I'm a fan of
the thing
umbrellas,
here-
and if you want to put an
Right.
umbrella up, you totally have the right to.
Scott, go
the
ahead.
the thing here is, I think you're kind of pointing out the flaw in the logic of reasonable expectation of privacy. Is that reasonable expectation of privacy? It makes sense in a snapshot moment of time, but as technology progresses, what is reasonable changes based upon the technological advances. So in 100 years, the idea of that you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in your home in a city where I don't know, maybe it's like some new form of like AI based multiple different types. So maybe it's like X-ray and heat vision and everything. And then it takes all that data and extrapolates it through an AI machine that attempts to recreate what's occurring in every house. And like that's commonplace shit in like fucking VR on our phone face video games, augmented reality. What becomes an idea of reasonable expectation of privacy is tied to the current technological status. 100 years ago, Nina would be 100% right that in your backyard, sunbathing with a privacy fence, you would absolutely claim you have a reasonable expectation of privacy, and that anyone that tried to claim that was false would be looked at like a kook. But now that we have drones and we have all of this aerial footage that's constantly occurring, reasonable expectation of privacy falls to the wayside. And what it really shows is that it is a subjective bullshit kind of like band-aid that we have slapped on to create like an idea of privacy from the state, and it really just doesn't work. And with all those contradictions in place, I would say without a doubt that you shouldn't be giving additional powers to police. Because
I'm curious though, Scott.
ACAB.
What's your solution here in terms of, let's say, okay, not the cops, but let's say I want to create a drone, fly it above your property with a big camera, and just like surveil you. Are you okay with this?
So here's what I would say, and this is I don't want to get in the siren song, so I'll try and be super quick and super easy, right? Like in a system of market justice, we will do things that don't necessarily violate the non-aggression principle because the community agrees to it. And I think most insurance companies and most communities would agree to the idea that like hovering a drone over someone's backyard to like get Pornhub content is not allowed within the community. Number one. Number two, I would say that you can indeed homestead private property in a three-dimensional space, which is to say that like I think, just like any property, it has no homesteading until it's been used. But eventually, I think air traffic controllers, for example, companies that are handling traffic in and out of an area would have homesteaded that three-dimensional space as that company's private property, as they're the ones that are handling all of the vehicles coming in and out of said area. And I think the same thing would occur within communities for that kind of gray area, that eventually it gets homesteaded.
In your
and certain
libertarian world,
companies
right?
own that.
Hold on. Could I buy consensually
In-
with
in
the
my
air traffic? Could I buy consensually with the air traffic controllers? Could I buy all the airspace above your house and then hover a drone and like
Oh,
watch
good
you?
question. Good
Yeah,
question.
so I think
Yes.
absolutely that would be allowed. And at the same time, as I said, the funny thing about
I could buy.
justice-
Wait, hold on. I can buy.
Nina, 1 second, Nina. Let Scott
I'll
finish. his point.
finish. I'll
Go
finish.
ahead.
But yeah, so
I'll
the
let you
thing
go, I'll let
about,
you go.
like I described earlier in terms of market justice, is kind of the same thing that occurs within common law practices throughout, England and America, right? Is that, there are court cases where there are gray areas, and then, an institution decides this is kind of the new precedent that created the law via these court cases. I would say that the same thing occurs within a market justice system. The only difference is instead of having a state apparatus that says this is the law of the land for everyone, you have competition within different communities, and you have different forms of precedents that would likely be handled by said insurance companies.
Wait, Scott. So I agree. I understand what you're saying, sort of. And I also I think that you can draw a parallel between this and just like like statutes, right? Like the community decides they want to ban drones, or they pass a law saying you can't own drones or you can't fly drones here,
Yeah.
right? They could do that. They could pass a law saying the police aren't allowed to use drones, and that'd be perfectly legal. But my question for you, Scott, is if I buy consensually the airspace cube from the air traffic controllers above your house, how could you stop me from hovering my drone in my airspace without violating my property rights?
Yes, I completely agree that dependent upon if the covenant community or whatever area that you're set up is set up to where that is allowable,
Yeah.
then that would be an allowable thing. It's like if people choose to live in a society where this is allowed, will this be allowed? It's like, well, yes, it will be allowed because people chose to live in a society where that would be allowed. And do I think that's a bad idea? Yeah, I think it's a bad idea, which means it probably won't happen often. And after a few creeps do that shit and the value of that home gets like tanked because of some other person's like malicious intent in finding loopholes to spy on people, like things will change within the community.
Well,
They'll
hold on.
probably look at it differently.
Couldn't the community only stop this if they managed to buy all the airspace above their community to prevent like people from having their drones hovering there?
Buy or homestead, yeah.
Yeah. So if they bought all the airspace above their community, and you have a plane, let's say, traveling across, like, would they be allowed to trespass into this airspace, or would they have to fly around it?
I mean, so the long answer is I don't know how each individual covenant community is going to handle air traffic control. Like, and kind of to expect me to know that is kind of silly. I would say that I think companies have proven time and time again that they are very efficient at handling
What?
handling these interactions, especially when compared to the United States government.
Oh my god, companies are famously dog shit at being efficient about
Bitch, go to a
changing
DMV.
That's
anything. What are you
not
Just
talking
go
about?
to a DMV and then come back. Just go to
I
a
have been
fucking
to a DMV. Yeah, I have recently.
It's a terrible fucking experience, isn't it?
It's also a terrible fucking experience doing anything related to like a company. Have you ever like talked to like somebody on Amazon? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
My
Worst
argument
example, by the
wasn't-
way. They're actually pretty
my
good.
argument wasn't Amazon is a paragon of efficiency. My
Okay,
argument
sure.
was companies tend to be better than the state. I feel like that's a pretty safe argument.
Yeah, because you know what companies do? They get rid of people like giving like they don't give a fuck about like the average individual. Yeah, so the state does.
They
So
should care for
good,
themselves and their
good. You
Okay.
so you think that we should have a governmental system that does not give a fuck about the individual? Why
Okay,
would
sorry,
they even
but,
be a government then?
Sorry, but
Other way
before we
around.
go down that route,
Okay.
yeah, well, that's
You're using the collective and the individual, and you're interchanging them by
sure.
saying that a company
Yes.
demands
Yes,
that they
they are
care
the
about
same.
all of the
They
people.
are-
I'll just put an
Yes,
end.
they
I'll put an
are
end.
the
I'll put an end.
same.
You're
Okay.
a commie retard.
Then I'll give
Okay, we're
I'll
gonna
give
really
my
delay
friend
the
back to
comment.
it. Then I'll
We
try
prefer
something
the
else.
term comitard, okay?
Yeah, well, nice. I'm gonna use
Yeah.
that.
It's
But
good.
no, but
made that up.
no, it's actually the common term. It's actually brilliant.
Yeah,
That
it's
was
actually
awesome.
good.
But
welcome.
I like
no,
it.
it was pretty good.
I'll
So
admit it. It's good.
the reason I was going down that line of questioning is I think just to illustrate how this is like an incredibly difficult section of where, like, what kind of rules apply, what kind of expectations of privacy apply. And to some extent, I fully acknowledge, and it sucks, but like our expectations are going to change a little bit with the, with technology. And so when we literally write it in of, an expectation of a reasonable expectation of privacy, if no one expects privacy because there's planes and police helicopters flying overhead, especially in a city, or news choppers flying overhead, I think it's easy for us to imagine this like in like a rural setting, like, oh, I'm in my fucking farm. Like, what reason do you have to fly a drone over, my head? But if you live in New York, or if you live in like these areas where like the proposed, drones are being like suggested, these are like metropolitan areas where you have, news choppers, medical choppers, police officers flying overhead at all times. You look up, you're probably going to see something flying in the air. How can you really expect that, like, yeah, I can be naked in my backyard and no one's going to see? They might see. They're right there. They might see. And so
Yeah.
the police drones,
So
they're
what is
responding to a complaint.
your argument is, as far as I can tell thus far, is, well, there are repeated violations of people's privacy throughout their entire lives in New York City. So it's not really that big a deal if it helps the cops be more efficient at stopping crime if we just increase those rights violations. And and you're saying like it's okay, we'll just lose more freedom and more privacy from the police state. Oh, and by the way, I'm a libertarian. Like,
I think this is
can you
one of the
explain this to me? Because this
Yeah.
sounds retarded.
yeah.
Well, can I
So
just clarify
okay.
something? Like, I just want to ask you a question like that. So, as of right now, like, is it just fair to say that pretty much like in your world, you only have a reasonable expectation of privacy in your own home and nowhere
Yeah.
else? Okay.
For the
Interesting.
most part, or like maybe with your own private affects, like maybe inside your vehicle, etc. To some extent, right? In your
Right,
phone,
but generally
right?
speaking, sure. But
Yeah,
that,
but like at the same time, like if a cop walks by and like they can look in your back window and you have like 35,000, I'm not gonna make it 8 pounds of coke. All right,
Sure.
a more realistic weight.
He
I don't
knows.
think you can say, well, why were you looking through my window? It's like, bro, you left it right there in the back seat, and the cop is walking up to your car. Did you really expect him not to see it? To some extent, privacy is somewhat like the idea of privacy, the idea of having this thing that other people don't know about, is by itself sort of determined by other people's sensory abilities.
oh, okay.
In a world in which everybody's blind,
Okay.
we may have very different expectations of privacy.
I have a follow up because this technology is in the pipeline. Are your thoughts private in terms of when you get to the place of like we can actually read your thoughts, let's say through fMRI data, or there's certain brain implants in development now that can translate your thoughts into speech, controlling an avatar. Like this is research right now in development in the pipeline, probably in the next 5-10 years. Are your thoughts like? Do you have any privacy there?
That's liberal, but fair enough.
But
No,
I want to add to
So
what he said.
I don't know if this is happening. Wait, sorry, time out.
I just wanted to add. No, I just wanted to add
the
a
research
sci-fi
in the Discord now.
I just wanted to add a
Okay,
sci-fi
yeah.
spin to what he just said, because like I was rewatching Ghost in the Shell, the standalone complex. Once great anime, so check it out. But in that future, right, they have like the cybernetic brains are a very common thing, and yes, the police will download your thoughts, right? Like if they get a chance to, they'll download thoughts, and then they were like developing like nanites that would, for people, usually they just like do that for dead people, but like for live people, they would be able to like keep track of their thoughts as they went by. So like I bring that up only because we're talking about technological progression, and like yeah, or the limits there. So yeah, likely
We don't know if we'll ever be able to download thoughts, right?
Download's different than
that's science fiction.
Boy, download
That's
is
science
different
fiction
than
to know someone's thoughts.
no, it's not.
fMRIs,
Absolutely not.
yes, it is.
No, it
Yes,
isn't. No,
you're full of shit. You're
no,
engaging in
I'm
science
absolutely
fiction.
not. I will literally
You are.
post the research. No, so
Post the research. It's wrong.
If we want to
If
clarify,
it makes that
something-
claim, it's wrong.
No. If you want to, it depends on what you mean. Like, do you mean download? I don't know about download, but to be able to translate brain activity into actual
Yes.
we are pretty much
being able to like functional magnetic resonance imaging, right? Works at its base level of being able to find the iron in blood and seeing which portions of the brain.
I know how.
What?
It
Right.
works.
Okay, well, I know that I'm not trying to educate you. I'm trying to educate the audience in case they're like, what the fuck are these nerds talking about? Right. So you can see what parts of the brain are activated. And as we get better and better at that and have more and more understanding, we can have a vague sense of what the person might be thinking. But there's no strong evidence, certainly. Maybe there might be some slight evidence to the idea that we'd ever be able to know exactly what you're thinking, especially in real time without you like in a machine. The idea that like when we're talking about reasonable expectation of privacy and the idea of like, can I walk around with a machine that just knows what you're thinking and knows your thoughts? That is hundreds of years in the future, most.
Okay, so I put two pieces of
If at all.
research. I put 2 pieces of research in the Discord. The title of one paper is Semantic Reconstruction of Continuous Language from Non-Invasive Brain Recordings. It uses literally fMRI in combination with AI, and there is some training to reconstruct language, to restore, the idea is to restore speech to people that do not have or have lost the ability to speak from just straight fMRI and brain activity. And then the other one that I posted in the Discord is a high-performance neuroprosthesis for speech decoding and avatar control, where yes, this is a brain implant, so it is invasive, but there's the other one is fMRI, non-invasive, where it's like, yes, through brain activity it's controlling an avatar and restoring speech to those who don't have it. If you say that it's 100 years off, you might be right. Obviously, no one can predict the future.
Well, you said
but
you said 5 to 10 years in the context of like me unknowingly, with no one having any idea, someone just immediately knowing my thoughts.
Did you
We are
say
not
that?
5 to 10 years away from that, right? Like
no,
that's not.
no.
You
If
never
we
said
can do
that.
it, if we can
Oh,
do
you
it with
said.
if we can do it with fMRI, okay, then that is potentially medical information that is like in a chart, okay. And so, so is there a reasonable expectation that your fMRI data will never be translated into thoughts?
Okay, but now we're talking about like HIPAA and all kinds of other things, right? We're
Well,
not
that's
talking about
that's
like
why I asked the
HIPAA?
question to
around.
Lactoid of your thoughts.
Yeah. So I
Is there a reasonable expectation of privacy there?
Does it?
Hon,
Okay, I assumed it was within context. It sounds like it wasn't in context. Fair enough.
So okay, yeah. And I like there. So I'm gonna go to Ico next, but like I've the idea that we have implants or something that are allowing people who are who've lost limbs to use like cybernetic limbs, right? We're working on this right now, and we've seen a lot of progress on that front. Like, should there be a right to privacy as to like what actions were like done by that limb? Like, if you could download like the history of that limb, and like what you
You're
have
talking about jerking off, and we all know it.
absolutely, right? And after you choke the chicken,
Don't
maybe
give
you,
Sister Mary that technology. I'll be in big trouble.
after you choke the chicken, you might have choked your wife, though, right? And so, like in a police investigation, she wouldn't stop walking in on you. So it had to happen. But like in an investigation,
Somehow
it'd be
Sister Mary would
fair
be less
to like
disappointed by that.
download like the commands sent
Yeah,
to that,
the
right?
The problem is every power that you give the police is a power that will be abused, without a doubt. No
Yes,
matter
of course.
there's no exception. Like
Uh-huh.
it is, the police have proven themselves as an institution over and over and over again to abuse
Yes.
any authority that you give them, and they don't have any authority to begin with. They're an illegitimate occupying force.
I go.
So the question is why would you give them those things?
Yeah.
Okay, so we might be 5 to 10 or 100 years away from the stuff that you guys have been talking about, but we are 0 years away from something else that's very similar to it, and it's not new technology at all. I have a friend who's a police detective, has been in that business for decades, and he can tell. He's tested it on me and on other people around me before. It's kind of uncanny. He can tell when somebody's lying based on the training that he's received about their. Now, I'm not saying with 100% accuracy, okay, but they have like
lie to me.
body language, sort of evasion detection, like behavioral training that they've got. I don't like so. To me, that's not fundamentally a difference in kind. Maybe this new technology would be more accurate, and certainly something like evasion training wouldn't be admissible in court. But it would certainly affect whether or not a police officer decides to go ahead in one direction or another direction based on, on what they think that they're seeing based on their behavioral training.
Right.
So,
It's another
we do that
example
sort of
of
thing
like
now.
Yeah, it's another example of a means by which we give a poorly scientifically grounded, training course to some police officers that has nowhere near the accuracy it needs to actually be effective, and then we utilize as an excuse to get around, the Fourth Amendment rights, like as we do with so many other ways, to the point where your Fourth Amendment rights basically don't exist.
Like drug dogs saying they detect something in a car.
Or like
Stuff
plain
with
view
the
doctrine,
up
or
or
like
whatever,
all of
yeah.
these or egress laws. Like there's so many ways in which the Fourth Amendment has just been whittled away over the past like 70 years that it might as well not fucking exist.
Right.
Like what the fuck is the point of a warrant? Like how many police interactions?
Oh.
you
But
still
let's,
use
I want
Oh.
to talk about that though. The point of a warrant. But Corey, please.
Yeah. So pushing this further, especially with the technological aspect, and like with your thoughts, so even if we get to the point of like just to be able to record your brain activity and like read your thoughts with a brain implant, there's going to be people that have brain implants. Okay,
Yeah.
so and that is potentially hackable, or like you can find a way in. So again, so would the police have a right to just like check in with your thoughts of like, hey, there's an expression of concern. Like let's see what's going on in Lactoid's mind. Is that an open door for you?
No. So
But why is there a reasonable expectation
Yeah.
of privacy there now that there's a brain implant?
So my theory on privacy, it really privacy is difficult to navigate, and a lot of things are justified under the right to privacy. They don't actually make a lot of sense, and there's a lot of things that should be private that probably aren't. Um, my conception of privacy is whether or not somebody has a reasonable expectation of privacy is based on whether or not somebody actually has to make an affirmative effort to look into you to determine it, right? To find it, right? If they have to go into your house to find the shit in your house, that probably means you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in your house because they actually have to target you to get up to go in there to see it. If they have to target your brain to go in and see it, then I think you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in your brain. I don't think you have a reasonable expectation of privacy in your front yard because there's a lot of people can discover things about your business there tangentially, right? Like, you can reductio all the way to the mind, but you could reductio the opposite, right? Like, let me ask you a question, Corey. Um, should I have a right to privacy of me standing in my front lawn in front of the street jerking off? Do I have a right to privacy there?
Corey, please imagine this and answer. Go ahead.
And if so, why not? It's my property.
Only in my sweetest dreams, Lactoid. But no, intuitively, no, you don't have a reasonable expectation. But I agree with you. Like, it is gray, and like that's why I think I made it clear from my opening statement of like this is like a gray area for me. Of like I don't know exactly where the line is. And that's why it's like, well, I would just like make it fair of like if the police can now spy on people, well then the people can spy on the police. That's
no,
my
for
way
sure.
to-
I'm fine with that. I think all cops should have body cams at all times. I think police activity should be public knowledge. I mean, they are officers of the public, ideally, right? So why they have to keep things secret? Unless I guess there's a specific I'm not going to make an undercover cop where that might be different. Okay, but for most
Big
operations,
giant body cam.
yeah. For most operations. But like somebody might say
it's amazing. It's amazing how like you won't require it for every police officer, and then magically every inner city is going to have 3, 4,
Undercover.
5 units of plain clothes, drug cops that don't need cameras because it's a bullshit idea that you can regulate police. The only way you regulate police is to fucking abolish them.
Okay, so I understand
Put them into the market.
Well, I understand you have
stop giving them power.
I understand under your position of abolish the police, any kind of giving police cars would be like an invasion of privacy because then they might drive by someone's backyard and see people, which is true, right?
The police.
Why do we give them the power to have cars?
To exist.
They have no right to. I get it. If you want to go down all the way to the fucking
spot, he says,
abolish the police. You're consistent. Fine, I understand, right? Just get rid of them, and then we don't talk about any powers they may have and the consistency of the powers they have because they don't have any powers. But we're talking. Okay,
when you claim to be a libertarian, and then you at the same time you are fucking playing apologia for the police state as a means of giving them additional powers to violate people's rights. I respond with, fuck you.
Brother, you can be a libertarian and want
I don't have enough American flags.
Cops, okay?
An expansion of the police state. All right, cool. Then you can be a libertarian and you could be a hardcore socialist and you could be a communist libertarian.
Yes.
Or you could be a fascist libertarian. You could be.
You're speaking my language?
All of a sudden, libertarian means not a goddamn thing.
I just want to point out one thing. Scott's obviously got a new nemesis. In that
yeah, I was gonna say. So
you're not my nemesis. I'm just calling you out on your bullshit.
Yeah. Look, so you have this idea. My biggest issue here is not with the enforcement.
Yeah, this crazy idea.
Hold up. My issue is not with actually the enforcement of laws. My issue is usually the laws themselves, right? So having police officers and having police drones and shit would be great if the only laws that existed were like laws against murder, rape, violence, like where you can identify a victim. You can have the police intervene. That's a good thing, and we want police to be effective in those situations. The issue, and where I will agree with you, is we don't want the cops coming after people for bullshit crimes. But this seems to be less of an issue with the cops being able to enforce the law through cars or police helicopters or drones or whatever. And this appears to be more a problem of we have laws against marijuana, which is you're telling you're directing a tool to do a bad thing when you could like not do that, right? That's like the angle I'm coming at here, because
Yeah, the problem is that
if you
you're
if
treating
you
police
Scott
officers like
Scott, wait,
robots.
hold on. Let me explain. Let me ask
What
you
you
a
said
question.
is false.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say they
Mhm.
roll out like an expanded drone program and it lowers robberies by 80%. Now you have 80% fewer people getting robbed, which you both agree is an aggression. Okay, is this a good
Mhm.
thing?
All right, so I'll answer your question in a moment. Promise
High
that I'll
restraint,
answer.
right?
Okay. So the first thing I would say is you're treating police officers as if they're robots, which is to say that the institution of the police isn't also corrupt and a problem, regardless of the laws that are given to them. That there aren't wealthy individuals that become friends with the mayor that then go to the chief of police, and all of a sudden we have a new crackdown program to fuck over a bunch of black people because they happen to be living in an area where some rich guy is able to fucking hopefully drive out areas so that they can put up new businesses and things like that. The institution is corrupt at its core, and it's not just the laws are bad. There are other problems. That's number one. Number two, if the drone program reduced robberies by 80%, I would still be against it because it is an expansion of an illegitimate force. And I would wonder two things. Number one, what other things were given up as a means of stopping robberies by 80%? What unreported things? What are the unintended consequences of this program? And in the future, what are the unintended consequences of an increase in the police state? Because what I would say is that even if you choose to look at this from a consequentialist lens, right, which is this idea that like, it's 80% better, or it's, or it's only 20% of the crime, so therefore it must be good, is there are incalculable things that I think eventually will turn into horrors, because that's what happens when you constantly bend over and let the state fuck you in the ass, and then go, but I'm a good boy because marijuana laws are bad, and then eventually you get into a position where you go, fuck man, where'd this fascism come from? Fuck man, I what happened? I hopefully I can flee to one of these other countries.
Look,
You put your fucking
if
line in the
this is
sand
just gonna
now.
if this is just gonna become like an argument of like abolish the police or nothing, right? Like either you're gonna abolish the police, otherwise you're gonna descend into fascism. Then I guess I don't know where to go from here, because
This is not an argument. That's not my argument. My argument is very simple, right? And very reasonable, which is do not give the police expanded powers.
yeah, why buy them
And
new
as our
cars?
society becomes more complex, and as the police become less effective at their fucking jobs, increase opportunities for private agencies to pick up the slack. Eventually we won't need the police. Private companies will be far better at it.
Are you opposed to
far
buying?
freer.
Are you opposed to buying police officers new vehicles?
Yes. I'm opposed to taxation. The fuck? I'm an actual libertarian.
Lactoid. So, and this, other people can jump in on this as well. But I wanted to go back on what Scott said previously about like what's the point of a warrant. So like as of now, do you think like a police officer should have to have a warrant to search your backyard, right? Like if it's fenced off.
Well, this whole drone
No,
program would
just
assume
like
that they don't.
a police officer on the ground. I'm just asking you
Well,
that.
yeah, because for sure. So my conception of warrants is that you should have to have a warrant to go into any place in which somebody has a reasonable expectation of privacy or their private property. So otherwise, it's trespass, right? Unless you have a reason to be on somebody else's property, like signed by a judge. If you walk on somebody else's property, you're trespassing. So you shouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. So, but if you fly over their property, you're
Right.
thinking this is different. Like,
Of course, because shit's flying over our property all the time.
So, like, can we say?
How does this apply to plain view doctrine?
Can we say that the state's actions
It's
are
in plain
just
view to a
different,
drone.
right?
If it's in plain view to a drone, what if the drone has got infrared cameras now and has AI technology to fly over your house and can extrapolate?
Yeah,
from
if it's
heat
if it's
mapping,
infrared,
from
it's
all
not.
these
If it's
things?
this has already been decided. If it's infrared, it's no longer plain view, right? Because now the question is,
Okay.
it's not tangential. It's not
So it has to
tangential.
be human eyesight.
Yeah, well, again, tangential to like what.
Well, it
Yeah, I
has to
didn't
be
know that. That's fine.
reasonable, and
It's
it's
gotta be
not. It's not the only reason infrared was out of bounds was because that wasn't a reasonable expectation, and I think like a flying person is also not reasonable. right? Like, I think
A helicopter?
It's in plain view of Superman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
I mean,
wait,
a
a
helicopter
helicopter's not
flying
reasonable?
low enough to like see at that resolution, like sort of casually without looking at it, that would be the standard. And I don't
Yeah,
think
a
that's
news
the standard.
chopper. What are we talking about? News choppers fly over all the time.
Yeah,
Like,
but I don't. Well, I don't know for sure, but I don't think most.
Surveyors.
Not at that level of
think-
altitude.
I don't think
Yes,
most
at that level of
people-
altitude. Or if you live by a hospital, like shit flies over all the time. Yeah, they can look
You're
down
telling
and
me
see
that
you.
a helicopter can fly like 30 feet over your house?
30 feet.
Why do we
Hold
need
on.
to be
I
30
don't know how bad your eyesight is, Ico, but you can see beyond 30 feet.
Not at that
at
same
least I
level of
can.
resolution.
I can see pretty
No.
clearly at several
That's
hundred
what I'm
feet.
saying. 30 feet is what a drone would be doing, but a helicopter would be much higher than that.
Okay, so at what altitude now does it become?
Like, are you going to be able to identify a person based on the altitude that your average helicopter is flying? I don't think you can.
Of course you
I
can.
mean, unless they have their name like printed on top of their head.
You don't think a news helicopter or like a medical chopper or a police chopper, you don't think that they fly close enough to see people?
Yeah, I mean, like, we see this all the time.
High-speed
I
chases?
just think it's funny.
Yeah.
You're literally
God
just
damn
making
it,
my
I've been
argument for
muted.
me that reasonable expectation of privacy is a
You know, the
retarded
FAA has
standard
a
of a Band-Aid. That the only one that works is private
I know
property,
you
private
hate everything that
property
makes
rights.
sense. I get it, but like I'm saying, like the FAA has certain permissions that
Listen,
you
honey.
can only fly to a certain level with their permission.
Okay, then Lactoid, if what you're saying is true, which I absolutely dispute, but if what you're saying is true, then we don't need
It's
drones,
common
right?
sense. Wait. What? So you're
We'll just
right.
fly one helicopter
Yeah. If we had the
above the
resources,
city and it can see into every backyard. Like
this was my
yeah,
intro. You're literally describing my intro, right? The reason why people have like, if New York was like, hey, we're gonna like fly choppers around, which they do, like we're gonna fly choppers around to answer complaints, like that wouldn't be anything new. It would just be a lot more expensive because flying a chopper is incredibly expensive, and so by having drones, they cut the cost by some 100, times.
Well, it's expensive,
now
but it
they're
also has much lower
I didn't
resolution.
realize you were the
No, it has nothing to do with resolution. It has to
arbiter
do
of
with cost, right? So if you can fly
Well,
drones,
chopper.
if you can fly drones, you're saving so much more money,
It's
and
cost,
so you can
it's scale, and
respond.
it's resolution.
Like
Like, it's all of those things.
You can Google right now high-speed police chase, and they have these choppers that fly around and they follow the cars, and you can sometimes even see.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
people
no,
in
I
the
understand
cars.
that. I
No,
understand that they have a
those aren't. We
reason to
don't pay
follow
for
their
that. Those are not police based. Generally, they're
They
like
are
news.
police.
No, they're not. They're news
They can
based.
easily be.
They can
police.
be both.
Well, oh, sorry. Well,
You were watching
I know
us
this is crazy.
live.
The police have technology that the
Oh my
news
God.
agencies have. I know, it's wild. They both have helicopters.
Right, but
I mean,
okay, so the
The
example you
technology
gave
exists,
earlier,
sure.
the example you gave earlier was, hey, I can see it on your dashboard. I didn't have to go looking for it, right? But with something like a drone, you're specifically looking for something. You're not just it's not just that your drone just happens to be flying over somebody's backyard and then you found it. That's what reasonable expectation of privacy means. It means that some neighbor is going to randomly see it whether they want to or not. But here we're talking about something that goes far beyond that, right? There is no reasonable expectation of privacy in those other situations because people who are walking by not even looking for it will be confronted with that visual. But but that's not the case with these drones. They're actually having to seek something out. In fact, in the novel Dune, they actually call it a hunter-seeker. Like it's actually looking for a specific.
Reminds me of Minority Report.
This is just,
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, everything reminds everybody of Minority Report. Whenever we say the police get power.
I
So
specifically
when I want to like again like okay, the
Almost
cops
like there's
are,
an intuition
the
to
cops
not trust these fucks.
Yes,
The
we
cops-
all had the
let's-
police.
cops
We get
are
it.
driving.
Let's
the cops
let
are,
Lacto respond.
the cops are driving past your house. All right, and they
Mhm.
look over and they
Right.
see, or sorry, they're driving past my house and they see me in the front yard, like flipping them off, right? Or they see me in the
Right.
front yard, like with a gun, like waving it at people, like doing something that's like pretty clearly illegal.
I
okay?
should
And
get a
I'm-
gun in Canada.
and I'm right there in the front yard doing it. Now, all of you would say, well, that's
Right.
obviously you don't have the reasonable expectation of privacy. This cop is just driving along doing his business, and then he looks over
Right.
and like he sees you, right? You
Right.
know, did he turn his
Exactly.
head and look at you? Sure, but like, I mean, that would be completely unreasonable to expect a cop not to do that. I'm telling
I
you,
would imagine people.
I'm telling you,
probably
there are helicopters that fly low enough to where if you looked out, out of the helicopter, you could look down and you could see people. In fact, there are court cases about this in which like the courts have found like repeatedly, like a helicopter who's flying and like they look down and they see like a marijuana grow, like they see all these like big plots where they're growing marijuana, that's not a violation of your Fourth Amendment protections. They look at that and they say, hey, there's pot, we see it now. Now we're going to come get it, right?
Right, because they weren't looking for it. I mean, that's literally the Fourth Amendment literally says.
No,
well,
I mean,
maybe
the
because-
ATF does that shit all the
Wait,
time.
wait, wait,
Hey,
I-
let
I-
him
let me
cook,
agree with
let him
you.
cook.
Let me agree with you.
Okay.
I think that if the police are ever going to go looking for something on somebody's property,
Mhm.
like they should need to have a warrant. Okay, but if they're just going about
It's
normally
literally
what
the
they,
prompt.
if they're just going about
Right.
in this
The prompt
case,
is that someone
Chill,
calls
chill,
and
chill, chill.
maybe
investigation.
maybe I shouldn't have used the word warrant, but like they should
Maybe you shouldn't have been proven fucking wrong.
No,
All right,
maybe-
I get it. Yeah, we can all talk really close to our mic.
I probably misstated the word warrant. Okay.
Okay, but the reason I
hold on,
wanted
real quick. Investigation, right? The police officers should only be going to investigate something if they receive a complaint or if they have some belief that like something illegal is afoot. They shouldn't just be like doing that normally. Okay. But like this case is they're only sending the drones if they get a complaint. And second of all, like again, if you have a helicopter flying overhead doing otherwise normal business, and by the way, patrol officers, like they just literally drive around
Okay.
patrolling, like, and if they see some shit happening, then they go arrest them. Do you want to eliminate patrols, Aiko?
Okay, all right. Let me meet you halfway because I think maybe there is some middle ground here. Because if what you're saying is you cannot establish probable cause with one of these things, rather you have to already have probable cause before you could then send a drone. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not even sure about that because again, we have police officers that patrol streets and cars. They don't have probable cause, yet they are looking in everyone's front yard.
Right, because that's the whole point. Like, so what I was trying to say about the Fourth Amendment
Couldn't
is
they patrol the air?
The reason why the Fourth Amendment is about warrantless searches. Warrant is just another word for a reason. If they can't search unless they have a reason, that's what the Fourth Amendment protects against. Then you've got to view that drone much in the same way as the random passerby or even a cop just walking by an open window where something suspicious is happening.
Right.
And then seeing that suspicious thing without looking for it, right? Warrantless, without reason, then you have probable cause, then you can take the next step.
This is so disheartening to see my presumed libertarian brother.
You love that title, don't you?
Pushing forward
The lawyer.
the dialectic. It's literally just the dialectic here. It's there are these contradictions, but don't worry because we need the police and
How
we'll just
long is
analyze and then we'll synthesize the contradictions. Oh, and by the way, we recognize that reasonable expectation of privacy and all these things are actually based off current technology and like it will get more and more authoritarian as time goes on. But don't worry about it because cops
How long is
need
this
more fucking
diatribe
power.
gonna go on for?
Like,
Okay,
As
okay.
long enough as it takes your retarded brain to catch on.
It was like 12 seconds.
Aiko, here's what
Well,
I'll say.
that infinity apparently.
We might be here all night.
Aiko,
I said infinity.
I don't see a substantial, and I would like you to explain, or somebody here to explain to me the substantial difference, like in principle, the difference between a police and a cop car patrolling a neighborhood and looking in people's front yards, and the police flying a drone looking in people's backyards.
Well, the difference is the fence, right? The difference is there's something that causes a citizen to have a reasonable expectation of privacy. And if it's in your front yard, you would expect that anybody walking by would see it.
Well, hold on.
That's
What if they don't have a
reasonable
fence?
expectation.
What if I don't have a fence?
Well, then you don't need a drone. Just
Okay,
drive your
hold
patrol
on.
car down the alleyway. You'll see it.
Yeah, fence then would be comparable here to awning, right? If you want to say, well, if you want privacy in your yard, just build a fence. I could say, well, if you want privacy in your yard, just build an awning covering.
Yeah, that's why I said things might change in the future. It might be that everyone's like flying around on jetpacks in the future, in which case, yeah, it would be reasonable to expect that someone's going to fly over your backyard.
The reasonable expectation of privacy doesn't matter in the case for the
Yeah,
prompt.
I understand that
Because the prompt is it's an investigation. So if police officers were called and they're presuming that they're investigating a presumed crime, in most states, they're going to be able to check out your fucking backyard or like look over your fence anyways. The only thing that this is doing is giving cops who more power to be able to do more investigations so they can potentially catch more crimes or harass more people or fuck over more people or ruin more people's lives as cops are wanting to do. And I'm simply saying that the libertarian position is to not give additional powers to the police state.
Right, and that's that very last part.
But the reasonable expectation of privacy really isn't that big of a deal here because they're investigating a crime.
Yeah, it's that last part. It's the additional powers part that I'm just trying to find the limiting principle with Lactoid, because it sounds like he's going beyond the prompt. It sounds like he's saying he's comfortable not just with doing this when you already have probable cause, in which case you could already have a lot of other tools at your disposal, but where he's actually trying to go to a new place where you can just start looking at everybody's backyards going on a fishing expedition.
Yeah,
and that's the part
curious.
Which is absolutely how it will be used.
So like Lactoid, if we get to the, like, I'm gonna bring in Star Trek, if we get to the point of like Geordi LaForge eyes, where like you could just like see, like, so, and that implant exists, like, is there limitations there now? Like, because now you can just look
if
around.
If everybody can just see through everything, I suppose. I haven't actually watched that scene.
Or no, like this is now just like you know, some people have it and some people won't have it, and like it just happens like a police officer has this. Just as casually, Geordi LaForge has Geordi LaForge eyes, and so it's like, well, should
the context is he was blind, and he was able to see. Give you context.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm
Lactoid
aware.
said Lactoid. No, I'm saying Lactoid said he didn't know.
I didn't know. Yeah.
He had special X-ray glasses that could. He
had the X-ray specs. Sure.
Yeah. It was also like in the like Next Generation TV show, it was like a visor, but it evolved into like his eyes were like implants.
It's a tough question. It's a tough question.
Right.
Corey, can I ask you, if let's say you had like a leper colony where everyone's gone blind, when you walk in with sight, are you violating all their privacies?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I don't.
If they've never heard of a sighted person, and then you don't tell them that you're a sighted person, then yeah, I think at some point it does become a violation.
No, I tell them sighted, but I just keep looking at them though.
Privacy is not a fucking right. It is a thing that we have constructed because the state is an all-encompassing leviathan that abuses
you.
People.
You as a libertarian is going to say that privacy is not a right.
Name a major libertarian theorist that says so. Stephen Kinsella is against it.
I don't care. I don't think that being a libertarian means I have to say something of a libertarian theorist. You base all of your opinions off of what other people tell you? So you're not an individual. That's not very libertarian of you.
An individual. He's part of the Borg. Now we're on the Star Trek kick. Let's do that.
Yeah, he's
I'm not pure enough for the Borg, apparently.
I don't get to have my own personal logic, okay? It fucking exists.
That is true. You don't have that. Correct.
I just think that this will be added to to our own.
The idea that like you actually have privacy rights.
I watched
the
all
privacy,
that.
privacy rights only exist insofar as we like them, but that doesn't make it an actual right. That just means that we like them and we want something, and we recognize that the state does things that we don't like and does it all of the fucking time. So we have created this idea of privacy rights. The problem is, as we've shown on this panel over and over and over again, is that they don't actually make logical sense. What it is we don't like we have a concept of privacy. We don't like it when people are in our privacy. And we especially don't like it when cops that fuck people over and are bad people constantly invade our privacy. But we don't mind the newscaster, right? We don't mind the helicopter up in the sky because it doesn't really interact with our day-to-day life. We don't really feel violated by that. But when I'm at the fucking cookout, right? And I'm like, fuck yeah. I brought chairs. I was finally invited to the Black Cookout. You know what I mean? I wasn't allowed to bring food, but I brought chairs. Like, we're good. We're having a good time. You know, I'm trying not to dance because I'll get in trouble. Nobody wants to see that, right? And then all of a sudden, fucking technology is above us. All of a sudden, I feel violated, and everyone there feels like their rights have been violated because we don't fucking like that. But the real rights violation is the fucking existence of the police, not this idea that like technology can see into our backyard. If you want to fix that, then you need a community that voluntarily creates rules that fix that.
Can I ask, maybe like what's actually, uh, like even though it states that in the Constitution, right to privacy, but like how it's actually
It doesn't state that.
Oh,
There are 5 amendments in the
Oh,
Bill
oh,
of Rights, all of which
The
are
penumbra.
argued to imply a right to privacy, like
Yeah,
the unreasonable search and seizure,
search and
or
seizure.
not having to testify
Right.
against
American
yourself. All these things.
Pentateuch.
No, you're
Right, yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
right. I botched that. I do apologize. You're right about that. I'm sorry. But
It's an arguable point.
yeah. But so even our conception of it is a reasonable right to privacy, but like and that's like meaning that like the state like should respect this idea of privacy. Like we have a reasonable right of the state not like looking into our lives, right? If that's like the formulation, maybe what it actually is like the individual has the responsibility of reasonable countermeasures, right?
No,
so like,
so
let
what is-
me finish. Let me finish. Right.
Okay.
So like, so the basic countermeasure is the house, right? Anything inside of it, if you put something inside there, that we expect that to be private. In the case of your backyards, it was the privacy fence, right? And then
You know what? Let me build an EMP device on the top of my and a what is it, Hatterday? I can't think of the name of like EMP protection for your house. And every time a fucking
Faraday cage.
Faraday cage. And let me just pop that bitch every time a drone gets by. And if I don't get in trouble for that, have your fucking drones. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to go to jail.
But yeah, but I'm saying, like, what if like the next thing would be that like, and I'm sure, of course, because we love capitalism here, right? That someone would provide like a covering that would go over your backyard, right? That's like permeable and everything.
Yeah, it's called an awning. Yeah,
no, I mean like the whole thing,
iron
the
dome,
whole
literally.
thing. I mean,
yeah,
right?
like a big awning. You could.
Well, a big awning covered your entire backyard. I mean, like basically like a bubble. There's no awnings that cover the. Shut up.
They got him.
Anyway,
They got him.
Well, it depends how small your
They're
backyard
super
is
expensive.
compared to how big
They
the
got
awning
him,
is.
though.
But
okay.
I'm sure it's not like not. I'm sure you could find someone who could build you this. Yeah.
Okay, all right, let me just finish this, please.
Go ahead.
So there is like the awning, right? The big ass awnings that apparently have that I've never seen. But also, like if we get to Joy of the Forge Eyes or whatever, that like you'd have to have like infrared countermeasures in your home. That like with your computers, it's that your data was easily accessible because maybe you put it out there. You put it out there even on a private server, and then that server was hacked or whatever, and the onus is actually on you for countermeasures. Is that actually the world that we live in, rather than a reasonable right to privacy?
I mean, like the logic of that statement is, it's your fault the police shot and killed you because you should have been wearing body armor, right? Like you should have had a reasonable countermeasure to the police actions.
So I'm
right?
not saying it's right. I'm just saying is that the world that we actually live in?
Is that just the reality?
Is that like a better way of looking at this?
Until such a time that the state just makes what you're doing illegal, right? Once it becomes acceptable, then your countermeasures against what most people find to be reasonable become illegality, right? I mean, if you do things to such a degree that not enough people care, right? So for example, like collecting rainwater is illegal in a large part of the United States because California might not get enough fucking water for their almond trees. So all of a sudden they need to make it illegal for farmers to catch their fucking water so that Monsanto or some other fucking corporation can come in and buy up all the mom and pop, places that are, that can't afford to actually irrigate their property, like whatever, right? Like if something isn't popular, most people don't care about it, then they'll just fucking make it illegal if it's a countermeasure against them. But if it becomes something that most people get used to, then people just accept it. Like there was a time in American history, right, where police officers didn't get to go walk on your front porch. There was a large large time, before 1940s, 1930s,
I got
1920s,
claymores in my
1910s.
front yard.
Right, like if you were somebody, you could pull out your shotgun and say, "You're on my property one more time, and you're getting shot. Where's your fucking warrant?" And then they were like, "Well, I don't have a warrant." And they go, "Okay, well, you're on my property. I'm gonna blow your fucking brains off. You don't get out." And the cops would fucking leave. And then all of a sudden, we just have these kind of like these convenient expansions that make cops' jobs easier. Because like, what if you're a wife beater, right? And like someone's screaming for help, and
You're
but you
probably
can't
a
hear it
cop.
from the street. Right, you're probably those statistics are actually mostly bullshit, but fair enough. Like they are a little bit
They
worse
are
than the average
not.
person. Yeah, you don't know how to read data. It's okay. We've been through this before. But regardless, right? Once people get comfortable with rights
Love
violations,
that.
they just become the standard, and then countermeasures against that will be illegal.
What do you guys think? Thank you for that, Scott. Yeah, like about my formulation. Do you think it was an
The
accurate
giant
one,
awning
or-
formulation, then I agree with you. It's the
giant awning
reality.
I think it's
I agree
reasonable.
with you. It's the reality of this. I don't like the situation, but it seems like, yeah, we're inching closer and closer to that world, and I lean towards Scott's side in this scenario. Like, yeah, I don't know. Further expansion is the answer.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so since we're talking about sci-fi, except we're gonna ban Minority Report because it's overused. There's another sci-fi novel, an Alfred Bester novel, The Star's My Destination, where people have like gained the ability to teleport places, and as a result, in order to protect themselves, they have to make the insides of their houses mazes, and you cannot allow. You know this book, Prime, I guess.
Yeah.
You cannot allow the schematics of your house to be known. Otherwise, like, you know, bad things can happen to you because people can teleport. Well, it just so happens that, like we were talking about the Fourth Amendment before, and the part that everybody knows is about was the Fourth Amendment, whichever one, the that you cannot have unreasonable search and seizures, right? But then in the last part of it, it says that that house cannot be described. So the very fact that like it can be known what that place looks like is unconstitutional. So yeah, I think that addresses directly what you're talking about there, that you can't like, yeah, that's like an awning covering your place or having a maze, you know, undescribed inside of your place. We literally have the right for those places not to be described.
That's similar things with like screened in front porch,
Right.
Like a police officer, if like they come into your screened in front porch uninvited, they're technically trespassing. So even if they see something in your living room, but they see it from your closed screened in front porch, then a lot of times, you know, if you have the money and you have a good defense, you can get that thrown out of court.
Like
if they
literally the
happen to
Fourth
see
Amendment
something.
ends with, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized.
Like, so I'm curious because again, I'm Canadian, but I don't know how it works in the United States. But like,
Gross.
how are tinted windows treated, especially with cars in the United States? Like, can you have pretty much unlimited?
They're illegal in most states.
So you're allowed to have them tinted up to a certain level, depending on the jurisdiction.
Useless level.
So long as the cops can see in your vehicle.
Yeah.
because
So
you
the
can stop
argument they
them from
use,
that.
if we're being most charitable, the argument they use is that if you tint it beyond a certain level, it becomes unsafe in terms of just being able to see at night. That's their argument.
Yeah.
But we know that's not true, and the technology is not going to hold up there.
That's their argument, right?
Right.
But you can
Right.
tint, like, up until they determine it to be a safety risk. You can tint your windows.
And then the cops will lie about like how tinted your windows actually are.
Right.
They have like a meter
Well,
or something.
cops lie. That's
Yeah,
just
because cops are liars. Yeah.
because
Yeah,
they
so-
Do cops
So-
also eat hot chip?
So another example
What?
of like how we're okay with
Worry about it.
like material being permeated, I guess, in our house is, you know, if let's say you got these great big old windows on the front of your house, and inside, like you're beating your wife or something, and a cop walks by, like it's
As you
happening.
do.
It is happening within your house. Like, do you think that you have a reasonable expectation of privacy, or if you wanted that privacy, maybe you should have closed your curtains?
Well, it also depends on how far away you are from society. Are
curtain.
you downtown, or are you in, you know, in a mountainous region, and like
Why
your
does it matter?
closest neighbor is a mile away? because that
But then
actually
what-
matters, right? If someone has to use a telescopic lens in order to see
doesn't
through that
matter.
window, then that would violate.
So you're saying
I'm
you're
saying
okay
your
with all of
average-
those crimes being like done if you are just like private enough? Like I don't understand what your logic is on this.
No,
We're
it's
not
not
talking
talking
Maybe I
about
don't.
crime.
Maybe I don't understand what Lactoid's point is, but like,
It was to Prime's point about like if like
mhm,
like countermeasures, right? So like if you want to
Sure.
infrared proof your house, if it gets to that point,
mhm.
and which by the way, Kylo did talk a lot about, like one of the primary reasons was because the technology was not in the general public use, and in fact, there's some question
It
about
just
whether or
seems
not
like the
if it
better
did
way
become
of,
into
like,
public use, whether or not that would change. You're fine.
getting away with crimes. It just seems like okay, like whatever. Like, yeah, people should be able to, especially if something happened to them. Like I just feel like it's
Nina,
very kind
yeah,
of silly.
No. What Prime said is like, okay, so we have this idea of like, well,
Mhm.
we don't want people to look in your backyard. Build a fence, okay, because that's why people are walking, driving, et cetera, et cetera.
Because you're doing committing
Oh,
crimes,
like
I assume.
we don't want people to look in our backyard now when there's flying machines. Build an awning.
Right.
Oh, we don't want people to look into our
Mhm.
house, like our house, with when they have like Geordie glasses or whatever. Like put some kind of
Mhm.
screening in front, right? Like there is some because privacy. Actually, I somewhat agree with Scott that privacy is not.
Well,
right.
this conversation is just like how can I cover up my crimes? Though
No,
I mean,
it's not
obviously, I
about
think
covering your
that's
crimes.
what.
It's definitely not about that. But
I
like,
mean,
that's
Nina,
kind of
I
what
agree
it
with you.
seems like
Look,
you're
if you have
saying.
nothing to hide, you shouldn't fear the cops. I agree.
exactly.
Oh, I mean, you should always fear the
Oh,
cops. Don't get me wrong.
Just to piss Scott off, okay, of course.
the
But
cops.
no, but like,
I
yeah,
like to-
I was looking
like,
for a bigger reaction. But
yeah, I really think like the more I think about it, like it really seems like that's the society we're living in, right? Because like to the normal person, like to a jury, if you say that, well, I have a reasonable right to have privacy in my backyard, and then you have no fence, right? And like the other people around you don't have a fence or anything.
Juries
right?
are retarded.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's
like,
true.
So
That's
like,
Yeah,
true.
we're all done. Yes.
It seems like the de facto rule is that what I'm looking for. Or is it de jure? Anyway, the de facto rule
Sure.
is that like you have to actually take measures, right? Like if we're saying that the home is like the place that can't be violated, that's because you put it in whatever the item is. You put it in
Because
your
there's a
home.
wall. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a wall, right?
But then what's
And-
right? But then what Scott just described to us is that like it then becomes illegal to close your curtains, right? Because the tinted windows and all that. Like, so if
yeah.
we get to the point where you're not allowed, for the same reason
Well,
you're not
Scott's
allowed to
like a
tint your windows,
doomer.
you're not allowed to have that awning. You're not allowed to
I'm not
close
a
that.
doomer.
Well,
That's literally
hold on,
the
hold on.
fucking law of the
No,
land.
hold on. They justify the tinted windows thing.
Would we
again
be
for a
okay with
safety
shooting
concern.
down the drone?
The curtain thing isn't really.
We'll get
Yeah,
to
but
that
you know
later.
the safety
Like,
concerns are
We can
BS.
talk about that later. But go on.
Yeah,
what would
you
you say?
know
Are
that's
they?
bullshit.
I mean, if you got pitch black
No, what
windows
is
and you're
bullshit?
driving when like in a dark road, I mean, it's probably going to obscure your vision a little bit.
There's
more
a
than a little
one-way
bit.
tinting,
No.
right? That'll
Yeah,
obscure
there's
in
absolutely-
but not
It's
out.
not completely one way.
No, there's
okay?
totally like in development now, if not zero, like the tinting of like pretty much 100% see through, but pretty much opaque on the outside. Like it's
That should be
it's
totally
there.
legal. That should be completely
You know
legal.
what? You know what? If,
But
if
it's
you don't
not.
believe that it's bullshit, here's what we'll do. Right? We will go somewhere and we will look at different.
You're gonna go
shades
on a
of tinting.
diatribe. I know I know what you're
Okay.
gonna do, but
And we'll
I
just-
want to
let's
ask you,
hang out in
Scott.
the car.
Let Scott
And we'll-
finish, and then you can go.
Scott, do you think it should be
Let
legal to
Scott
shoot down drones?
finish.
the
Let Scott
car.
finish.
Do you think you should be able to
We'll
shoot down
hang
Oh
out.
my
drones?
god, I got
We'll
the
hang-
mute.
We'll hang out.
Should
in
you
the
be
car,
able to
right?
shoot
Oh my god,
down drones?
I've just got it at the mute. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll be real quick. We'll hang out in a car in a summer day, right? And we'll see what level of tinting we need on a bright summer day where we need sunglasses in our fucking car with the maximum allowed tinting. And then we can just talk about how bullshit this is. You know what I mean? Like you're playing devil's advocate. I get it, but you know that it's bullshit, and you know
No,
that
I'm
they
not.
create the laws in such a way for you fucking.
I just said
lying little sack of shit.
I literally before you went on this, I just said if it's true, this is maybe just my ignorance of the technology. If it's true, there's like a tint that makes it completely opaque, like looking in, but that you can look out
Okay,
like with
here's
no
one of two things.
hold
One
on
of
with
two
no
things.
with no obstruction, then I'm totally fine with it. Yeah.
One or two, either A, you are lying just to play devil's advocate and you're full of shit, or B, you are the whitest motherfucker in the world that's like tinted windows. No, you get sunglasses and you make sure you can see through. Like, come the fuck out of here.
Wait, when I put on
Nina wants to
sunglasses,
yell at
like
me.
it's darker. Am I fucking wrong? Like
What?
is it when I put on sunglasses, it's not just like regular glasses. It like gets darker.
No, I'm saying that it's illegal to tint your windows to such a
But you
degree
could-
where you still will need sunglasses
And
because of
also,
how bright it is,
yeah,
and you can't tint your fucking windows, which
shouldn't it therefore
defeats
be
half the fucking
shouldn't
purpose.
it therefore be illegal to wear sunglasses while driving? Then hypothetically,
Dude, if they made that
If
a law,
the
dude, I
tint
would
is strong
love if
enough,
cops had
maybe.
to follow it.
Or
I would
it's-
love if cops had to follow that shit.
I would. Yeah, it's like if that logic is holds true,
Of
like
course,
it's,
they don't follow laws, so it doesn't
actually it should be
matter.
illegal to wear sunglasses at night, to quote the
Yeah,
song.
yeah, and I agree. I agree with you, Corey.
Will you
Honestly,
please unmute Nina? Like,
no, wait,
sorry.
Corey. I
actually
100%
did
agree.
forget.
Like
I
for me,
apologize.
the only justification possible would
Texas.
be like a safety thing. And if that doesn't exist, or if it's being overstated, then I would change the law for sure.
Okay, but yeah,
And then I would agree with you guys that
it is absolutely BS. That tint of opaque but see-through is totally there.
Sure, change it. Change the law. You're not going to get any pushback from me.
By the way, Fabian, I was going to yell lactoid. I just forgot what I was going
You're
to
just
say.
gonna yell his name randomly. Okay, all right.
short-term memory
I-
loss.
I do it seductively. Morning. What?
I was like, you were like that to the one lady in the so doesn't seem very sexist at all, huh?
And by the way, like the privacy shit, again, like it is applied all over the fucking place. So, for example, and in fact, half the country firmly supports this. You apparently have the right to privacy in terms of possessing estrogen and progesterone, but you don't have the right to privacy when it comes to possessing fentanyl. Why? I don't fucking know. That's just
Right
what the
to
law is.
privacy when it comes to fentanyl?
Yeah, you
Like,
don't have any right to privacy when it comes to possessing fentanyl, but you do have a right to privacy when it comes to possessing progesterone.
I'll see.
Yeah, because the state's stupid and full of contradictions. No one is defending your right to own fentanyl because the Republicans want to like fucking send drones to Mexico and start World War III every other fucking day in order to stop it because they can't imagine just stopping the fucking drug war. And the Democrats aren't going to die on the hill of like buy your fentanyl. So that right doesn't exist. Whereas with estrogen and HRT and estradiol and all of these other hormones, one, they do have some legitimate medical uses outside of the entire conversation of trans stuff.
So does fentanyl, though, right?
Again, like you're libertarian.
Yeah,
you
fentanyl
support
lollipops do
trans rights,
exist.
correct?
But it's
For
I
pain
support
management,
trans
right?
rights. I don't support trans rights.
Yeah,
because it's
you
a
should if
specific
you're
form of
libertarian.
rights. I support human rights.
So you like trans people, and like you think that they should have access to trans medical care.
I was talking about birth
think
control. I
adults.
wasn't even talking about like trans care, progesterone, and
I just
estrogen.
love fucking with Scott. Okay, let me have this.
Since when?
So okay.
Wait, yes or
Birth control is
no?
more
Yes or no?
complicated
Yes
than
or
just
no?
progesterone. Yes or no?
Sure, there might be other things. I'm just saying that, like, if
Do
you
you
are
think that
possessing
trans people
progesterone,
medical care? Scott.
I said I
'Cause if
have,
you're a
I have no problem
libertarian-
with adults do with their bodies.
So
I don't support
so
children.
Why,
I don't
why
support
are
children.
you don't support children at all?
I mean, I support my own
Ask his
children.
kids.
I don't support the idea of children.
We need to
They're not in the basement.
We need proof of life now for sure.
Terrible concept.
Crawl space.
They're like us, but
You know what I'm saying?
smaller and
Like,
more
what are you talking
obnoxious. I hate it. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
they're like gross.
I think
That's
if
pretty
you're-
gross.
I think if you're 16, 17 years old, and a doctor wants to do, here's
You
here's-
support
all right,
them.
I'll answer the question honestly, right? Because it's
Okay.
sometimes complicated to do it. What I think
course.
is, I think children, adults, etc., all of them should be able to
Mhm.
take all the fucking hormones that they want, etc., with parental permission. At the same time, I think
Wait, while they're an adult?
while they're a child as well.
Yeah, well, the
Right?
child.
Wait, so you don't
all for
support
it. Listen,
With a
kids?
child with
you're gonna
parental
have to let me get through with
Yeah,
this.
parental
You
permission.
asked the
he said it.
question.
Just,
Don't
I'm just
interrupt
trying to ask.
He
like,
said parental
qualification-
permission with the kid.
Go ahead.
Scott.
No, he
listen.
said as an adult
Oh my
with
God.
parental
Oh,
permission.
oh,
That's what's
stop talking.
confusing.
You asked me a
Go ahead.
question. You want the answer, and now
Okay,
you're
go
getting
ahead.
confused as I'm explaining.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right? Just you're like,
ahead.
dude, oh, God, I feel like I'm watching a movie with my.
Okay, yeah, no, I am
ex-girlfriend.
saying
She's
go
like,
ahead
What's
and
happening here? And I'm like, watch the movie,
you know, I
bitch.
said go ahead, and now you're like doing like a diatribe paper. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I think that everybody should have access to whatever medical treatments that they want, to include any and all hormone therapy and even surgeries. At the same time, I think when a child comes of age, if they decide that if they become a D-trans person and they decide that that is not what they wanted and that harmed them, then they should be able to, then the default is that those people that perform those surgeries and prescribed that medication should have to pay for the damages, including all of the corrective
Do you think that we should do that when it comes to like?
Shh. I'm almost done.
All right. Go ahead.
Forever. And if you do that, what will occur is that most of these clinics will realize that they have to be very, very careful and very meticulous in prescribing any of these things because they want to be absolutely sure that this person's not going to be fucking D-trans when they're 19 years old. There, that's my full answer.
Okay. So you think that just like it's a little inconsistent if I'm being honest, but whatever. Let's move on.
You could not in your
That's
wildest dreams
not-
find the inconsistency.
I have found
It's not the subject, so I don't want to.
that are not trans topics, right? I know we love them
Mhm.
on Twitch Politics, but I
didn't bring this shit up. all
I know.
right?
I know.
I was curious.
Yes. Be like that's what Scott's DMs are open, right? So hit him up. You want to know his opinions of trans people?
I have DM'd him. He doesn't respond.
I have bullshit. I have responded to any DMs you've given to me.
What?
Uh-oh, we're gonna leak DMs now.
I'm not going to leak DMs
All
on
right,
screen, but no, it's bullshit.
yeah. Okay.
No reason
we'll do
whatsoever.
that.
I've interviewed tons of D-trans people. I have been deeply in that fucking war.
Okay.
Right? My position is consistent.
We are moving past. Hooray! Great. So, because, I didn't expect, honestly, I didn't expect anyone to say they were okay with the with the police and the drone situation. Lactoid surprises me, right? All right. But like I honestly thought like that was just gonna be, we're all on the same page. Instead, like this last question, that prompt that I assumed we'd be focusing on. And if we can stop the encroachment of new forms of technological surveillance, can't stop, isn't it better to embrace them with heavy regulations? Shouldn't like we as a society, because I feel like the initial response is always just to say no to these things, but at one way or the other, these things, like I feel like it's difficult to put like the toothpaste in the butthole, right? Like I think like it's like once it's out, it's hard to go back, right? And sometimes it's reasonable to go back. So like we're talking about like smartphones, and like a right to privacy when it comes to smartphones, but like where anyone can record you anywhere, right? Like, are we going to ban cameras there? Like we banned like side facing cameras. Did you ever hear about that? Like, like I believe there's a regulation that says you can't like just have like a side facing camera, so that if you're trying to record someone, you'd have to be straight on rather than sitting next to them. You will record that way. That's my understanding. But that's like an example of like a regulation on the edge of things. That we'd accept that this technology is coming into our lives, that like there'll be more recordings of us everywhere. It's a shame if you think it's going to steal your soul. But like that's how our usual response is, and shouldn't that be what? Isn't that the most logical thing to do?
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
my headphones randomly cut off and I had to reset everything while you're talking.
I don't know about logic.
I'm having my soul stolen every time that I stream, of course.
Most realistic and probably practical and accessible. But I think we're gonna get to a point. Go ahead.
We banned traffic cams, like red light cams, and it wasn't necessarily due to privacy concerns. I don't know. I do know there. We all know about these instances where people like got a picture sent to their house with them, and the woman in the next seat was not their wife. That's happened on multiple occasions. So that is a sort of a privacy concern. But another reason was But another reason was because of safety concerns. People saw the flash go off, and so they tried to instantly hit their brakes so as like
Yeah.
not to get caught running through a red light, ends up causing an accident. So
Mm.
there are these are those unintended consequences that Scott keeps talking about, right? And so even in Texas here, where we support the cops, in the vast majority of cases, we finally got rid of them here, and it was a conservative like who wrote the bill that got rid of them there. So I think that. Yeah, I think you're right that there are these instances where when there's a new use of a technology, especially if it's something that's for surveillance, our first instinct, even if we don't necessarily have a logical reason to fear it yet, or we haven't thought things through entirely, our first instinct is to sort of tap the brakes and just not do it for a while until we can figure out like what are all of the ethical issues.
Yeah. Did you have anything else you wanted to say, Corey? I just want to make sure that you got it all out.
I probably did, but well, so I guess we need to expand on iCow's point there, because like, I have no doubt. I don't know for sure, but I'm reasonably sure that it's going to get to the point that that technology is going to be there. We don't need a flash to take a picture at a stoplight. And so it's like, well, yeah, what do we do then now, where it's no longer a safety concern, right? And then going back to the question of whatever right to privacy, and is that even a thing? Because I have to assume that at some point a flash is not going to be super necessary to take a picture at a stoplight.
Right, but maybe they see a sign that says there's a camera here, and they see it right when it's like a second too late to stop.
So they kick their
"There's a bunch of
their
there goes the mistress out the window.
out the window.
Yeah.
I mean, the example you gave is just a money making racket. Like it has nothing to do with safety. It has nothing to do with, enforcing traffic laws for better, safer streets. It's just finding people that were ever so slightly not far enough into the lane or presumably speeding. And if there's errors, whatever, you have a right to face your accuser in court, but the accuser you're going to face in court is a malfunctioning fucking camera system that you have a burden of proving. You magically have the burden of proof to prove that it doesn't work for your car specifically, even though they're supposed to be the ones proving that the shit works. It's just a money making racket. Like I'm glad.
Right, like I mean, I would agree with that. With like we're like okay, so in like Florida specifically,
so are speeding
like
tickets in general.
Okay, with Florida specifically, this is just something I have or not personally, but like I know the stats or whatever. But like yeah, most of the traffic cams are in low income areas because it is like a racket to try and take advantage of like low income areas, which I think is like super fucked. Right.
I mean,
I assume
part of it is because you're going to get more people that violate laws in low income areas, right?
Yeah, of course, because they're just like living a normal life. Yeah.
Well, part of it might be a slight increased proclivity to crime, but more likely it's just population density, right? Like
sure.
Areas that are low socioeconomic status, you're gonna have a lot of people packed on top of each other, so you're gonna get more opportunities to get money. And then on top of that, those people are less likely to defend themselves in court because they can afford to show up. To
yeah.
court.
They can defend themselves, of course. Yeah. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just adding context.
Okay, I just like a show. I didn't know if we were all gonna implode of you and me both agreeing with each other.
Okay.
That's a you thing. You keep trying to make this.
Oh, I'm just joking. I want you to be my villain.
Prime
No,
keeps
you
trying
won't
to
do
make
it.
a thing.
That's true. That's.
Prime's not doing enough about it.
So
it is true.
I feel like I'm an unwilling participant in a wrestling show, and it's like I'm a heel and I don't know it, and then it's just like what.
So I did some googling and I cannot find my factoid about the side facing cameras, but I know I've heard about this. I know I actually have heard about this.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Your sources trust me, bro.
That would very much be a regulation on the edge of technology, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, you got me there. Yeah, but no, I swear to God, I've heard of this. Like a discussion on exactly this. So and I can't remember. It was go ahead.
Prime, this makes me think of something. It makes me think of a couple things. One is the Boston Marathon bombings, where they took pictures from everybody's cell phones and then took the timestamps to the second and then overlaid them over like Google Maps images of the streets so that they could move step forward a second at a time in one
wow.
direction or another. It was very Minority Report. Like they could see the entire street, then they could see the entire street a second later, and then a second later, and then a second later. It was all through people voluntarily sending their film rolls from their smartphones to them. And this was like in the early days of smartphones. Like I don't know why.
So
we
what
don't
you're
hear
saying?
about this more often.
So what you're saying is, I'm gonna go full blown. I can't remember that bitch from the Nina, or not Nina, the fucking Jordan Peterson. Fuck, wow,
Sorry?
Kathy Newman. That's what I was.
I'm
right.
here.
So what you're saying is when there's an actual crime where people are grievously wounded, people will voluntarily work together in order to
they all did. Everyone
privacy
sent
to
their
stop
stuff.
to get as much information to stop it because people actually don't like terrorists. Oh,
Okay,
interesting.
well, wait.
And then the second thing that makes me think of is like a Tesla has like something like 36 cameras pointing in every direction on it, right? So when we all have cars with that many number of cameras,
I don't know that
pointing in
most of those
direction,
cameras actually like the data from those cameras can be like see anything really.
Oh
I
my
think
God,
most of those cameras are
libertarian
only
brain.
designed
God
for,
damn
like,
it.
I'm just
shut
saying
up.
self-driving.
I'm just saying as technology improves, we always
Jesus
get more of
Christ.
stuff, right? So maybe not all 36, maybe only 12 of the Tesla cameras are currently like high res and that you can download the image or whatever. I don't know exactly, but I do know that especially electric cars for some reason, because they're trying to collect data for self-driving cars and stuff like that, they're getting more and also because cameras are getting cheaper and cheaper, they're getting more and more angles all the time to the point where, I think side-facing cameras is just like one small slice of what that is, or will
Fair
become.
enough.
Okay. So ignore
Can
my
I just say
factoid.
one last thing? Just a general critique. You can't, although it's good when people like voluntarily submit the data. I mean, my understanding is, especially in certain areas, there's times in which people will be killed and nobody will say anything to the police, right?
Yeah,
Like,
certain
very- like a
areas
very-
like where the police constantly fuck them over
Sure.
and violate their rights as you increase their ability to
Sure.
violate rights.
Sure.
Lactose
Nobody's
specifically
no.
does
I don't
that,
think
so-
anyone's
Although I'm curious though,
disagreeing with
if-
you. The police fucking suck.
With police drones, wouldn't this put police in less like physical contact with like denizens, and so you would have less
There's-
opportunities for like violent encounters?
They probably like attach a gun to it or something.
That does not flow, right? Because like the presumption that it would lead to less police contact with individuals would require an assumption that the funding for the police would stay like relatively the same, the amount of cops would stay relatively the same, the patrol duties would stay relatively the same, and then they would pull a couple of cops from patrolling to then utilize the drones. And so
Right.
by that would make sense, but there
Mhm.
isn't any reason to believe that they might just create more work for themselves and more justification for funding and thus
Probably.
have more interactions with people.
Yeah,
So is it an empirical question for you? Like if you did see less police interactions and you
It's
saw
never an
crime,
empirical question for me because I'm deontological. I'm a libertarian.
okay, but my
Oh,
response.
yeah, you're
Wait.
yeah.
Your response to my suggestion was you don't think that would actually be the case, and so my question is, if it was the case, then what? Like if you
it
did
was
see
the-
if you
my
did see
position-
less police on the streets like
So-
harassing
so-
people or
so
whatever,
two
that'd be a good
things.
thing, right?
So two things. My response wasn't, I think it's the opposite of what you're saying. What my response is, I don't think we know what you claim to think logically follows, which is that it would lead to less police interaction. I'm saying it could just as easily lead to more police interaction. We don't know. The second thing I would say is the only reason I engage in kind of empirics upon things of which I already have a moral position stated that I'm against from a deontological perspective is because the rest of you people need consequentialist analysis to come to my side. So I explain.
What do you
it
mean,
from
you
your moral
people?
framework?
You're doing a
Nina,
very bad
of
job
all the
doing
people
that.
here,
Libertarian.
you shouldn't be the one saying that.
I don't know. I do think
Really,
that
I feel like you have not convinced anybody, and I'm
do
the
think-
one that's gonna say that.
Lactose and
Go
Corey?
I do think that like I would want to see the empirics of it because when
Mhm.
a lot of deadly police encounters oftentimes revolve around a cop saying like, I was scared for my life, like a regular traffic stop or whatever, like scared for my life, and then you reacted. And, like, I
Mhm.
can imagine a future of like, where you had robo drones that were basically like, pulling people over and then like flying up, and then you would drop like your license and registration in like the box it's carrying, or like it would scan it, shit like that. In which there is no, at that point, like you wouldn't have to arm the drones because there's no cop whose life is in danger. And I think there's a very like intuitive pathway there. Maybe I have to see if it's actually empirical, but intuitive pathway of like once you remove that element out of it, the element of danger to the worker, you very well might see like fewer deadly police
Lactoid. I
interactions.
think the opposite.
Yeah.
Like there's another formulation.
But
We gotta
what
go.
is
We gotta go, Corey,
violence?
because to finish things out. But like I think the opposite formulation would just be that you can't. Well, not the opposite, but you once you give these police more opportunity to surveil, they'll just use that more opportunities to make more encounters, right? Like we can't trust the
yeah.
police
It
to
could be.
like literally follow the regulations to the law, or they could just see something that like in the course it's like with traffic laws, right? Where like if you follow a person like long enough, you're definitely gonna find something to pull
Yeah.
them over with, and that'll just increase the like actual interaction. So I don't know. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, yeah, so to pretty much expand on that, and to expand on Lactoid's example, and to bring in another movie that's not banned, Judge Dredd, but the original Judge Dredd with Stallone, where it's like, yeah, robo drones, where like it would be great with the outline of like, yeah, non-lethal drones, but I think I can see the other direction of like, well, police justifying like we need drones and we need drones with lethal force, and then now you have like more encounters, and now you have police, far away. And they're just controlling robots with lethal force. Because I can
Well, I
see
mean,
that.
The American
And-
government with drones that are lethal? No, that doesn't make any
So
sense.
like listen, you don't even need drones with lethal force for like this to become a nightmare dystopia, where you have drones going everywhere scanning people's IDs, looking for evidence of like the most minor legal infractions within your own private lives, and then immediately connecting to your bank account and just pulling money out of your bank account as a fine, or like putting a stop payment or hold on your bank account until you go to your day in court, and then you get pissed off because the thing won't leave you alone while you're trying to do whatever it is that you're trying to do, and it becomes this intrusive force that you're not legally allowed to force out of your property, that's just bothering you. Like there's so many different ways that this can become a problem. We have this weird obsession within our culture, where we believe this idea that violence is like physical contact. We believe that violence is physical contact instead of recognizing that private property rights, aggression of form against those things is violent. Like petty theft is a form of violence that harms people and enslaves
against
their lives.
personal
And
property.
I'm you poor
We're gonna
thing.
go there.
I don't even think you can even explain
I'll
that
let you.
effectively, which
I'm
is
sorry.
hilarious
I'll let you go.
because it's
I'm
stupid.
sorry. I'll let you cook. I'll let you cook.
When your life, when the state starts coming after your livelihood and starts finding more and more ways to fine you and bleed you out of these things, like well, does it matter that the cop didn't like rough you up or beat you up? There are scenarios where I would rather have my ass kicked by a cop and get a small payday or even a big payday than like have them constantly find me.
Can I ask you a very simple question?
Interactions.
Wait, those paydays are paid for by taxpayers. Like
Can I ask
that's an
you a
awful
very
scenario.
simple question?
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying, if I had gun to my head, I have to choose between two things, right? Like I'd rather
Gun
get
to your
my
head.
ass kicked by
Exactly.
a cop.
That's my question.
Right? I'd rather get my ass kicked by a cop
No,
sometimes.
that's
than
Would you rather be murdered?
No, that's only crazy because you haven't actually been really poor in this fucking country before. You haven't been in a position where you can't afford your car insurance.
Yes, I have been poor.
And then when you can't afford your car insurance, then you have then your license gets canceled, and then then your car gets towed. Then when you want to try and get a new car, you have SR22 insurance, and then you have to pay like a license reinstatement fee. It is Bernie Sanders, one of the only few issue-based things he ever said
Okay.
was it's really expensive to be poor in this
Okay,
country.
stop.
Yeah.
When
Okay,
the
stop.
state
No.
gets more
That is
power,
true.
it is
This is
going to
ridiculous.
it is
I
going to
don't-
be
That is a
even
base
worse.
statement.
I don't think we need to
you
hear
just-
more from a rich Canadian
No,
immigrant.
this-
Like, he doesn't understand things.
So I have been poor,
True.
first of all, and second of all,
Middle
everything
class
you're saying
means.
right now is just like an argument for
Where?
like why we shouldn't enforce laws against poor people. I'm sorry, right? We like if the issue is that you believe
accept
certain
your
laws are
apology.
unfair.
That's
or
a
you
lie.
believe-
That's a lie.
it-
No,
it-
I'm
no,
saying
that's what you
we
said.
shouldn't have
You
fucking-
literally started off by
No,
saying,
no,
"I don't know if you know what it's
no,
like to be poor."
no,
Okay, but when
no,
you're poor,
no,
you got all these fines.
no,
you got all this
no,
shit
no,
because
stop.
because you
No,
didn't
no,
buy
no, no,
insurance for your car.
calm
Don't
down,
straw
calm
man me.
down.
Don't straw
I'm not
man
straw
me.
manning
Don't-
you.
I'm
You
just
can,
gonna-
you can rewind the fucking VOD and see what you
No.
said. I'm not straw manning
you
you.
You are straw
Why'd you
manning me.
bring up my economic position
move away
if you
from our
weren't
mic.
talking
You're
about
straw manning me.
fucking poverty?
You're straw manning me. I'm going to call you out on your bullshit right now. I am not saying in any way, shape, or form that we shouldn't enforce laws on poor people. What I am saying is we shouldn't give police the ability to bring drones into people's homes so that they can find bullshit and into people's backyards so they can find bullshit interactions to charge them with bullshit fees for non-violent crimes.
Yeah,
That is
so,
and
no,
that's why
no,
we
no.
should
This is
expand the state.
no. This is you straw manning now because what we talked about before was
I'm
you said-
straw manning my own
because-
position.
no.
bitch.
You're straw manning me. You're literally straw manning my
No,
objection.
I'm just saying what my
and-
position is.
And if you let me finish, you are straw manning my position. Okay, when my response to what you said. Okay, like literally when I said like it sounds like the issues. First of all, why was my personal economic situation relevant if you weren't bringing up like poverty? Second of all, when you're talking about like we're talking about police drones, like traffic infractions. You brought up multiple times traffic infractions. What if they didn't buy insurance? What if they're driving on the road? What if they're shut up? I'm talking.
You'd know that if you were a
Public
libertarian.
property, public property doesn't
You're a
exist. All
fucking
this shit.
Republican.
Let Lactoid go. Go
So
ahead, Lactoid,
I know in
please.
your mind that in order to be a libertarian, you have to be an anarcho-capitalist. This is the only pure way to do it. Okay. In my position, libertarianism. Let me finish. You were getting on Nina for doing this. Now you're doing it. Okay, stop. So
True.
in my position, I think libertarian is actually like a much broader umbrella term that encompasses a whole bunch of different thoughts and doesn't necessarily mean you to be against the entire construction of the state. Otherwise, you're not a libertarian. Maybe that's your position. Maybe that's your like how you feel about it. That's totally fine. You can talk about how I'm not a libertarian until the cows go home. You can have fun with that. I don't care. What I'm saying is in the conversation that we just had, okay, you did not bring up like drones going into people's houses. I didn't bring that up. What was being talked about was you were denigrating my economic standing, or you were saying like, I don't know if you understand some kind of appeal to my history. And then second of all, like you were talking about drivers on a public road about not having insurance. So when they hit somebody, they can't pay them. Or drivers on a fucking road speeding or doing other traffic infractions, how we shouldn't have drones be fining them and ticketing them. And then my question for you was, okay, so is your objection here the fact that we're enforcing the laws against the poor people? Or is your objection about the fact that we have these laws in the first place? And if we have the laws in the first place, then shouldn't we apply them equally to poor people? Or am I fucking wrong? Is there like a fucking line here? Whereas if you're poor enough, then you can just get off. Like no more speeding tickets for you, sir. Turns out you made $10,000 last year, so you can go fucking 95 in a 25 school zone. Because fuck it.
Let's cut through your sophistry and your bullshit because you're mad.
Rewind the VOD. Rewind the VOD.
No, yeah. So why did I bring up the fact that you weren't poor? Is because you were objecting as I was speaking about the idea that it is more expensive and that these things disproportionately affect the poor. And the only reason I bring up this empirical shit is because I have to talk to commie fucks like you that derive all of your morality from consequentialism.
No, I cut you off because you were clutching pearls. No, you were clutching pearls. Oh, the poor people. Bernie Sanders was right. Poor people have it so hard. Clutching pearls when it has nothing to do with the conversation.
So you admitted now, bitch. You admit that you were cutting me off, and that's why
I was rolling my eyes. I was rolling my eyes as you try to like gain favor with these leftists here by like, sucking off the poor. Who gives a fuck? Okay, I'm not concerned with like what the fuck Bernie Sanders has to say. I don't watch him. Maybe you do. But what I'm talking about is like at like equal application of the law when it comes to like public fucking places and whether or not we should have drones doing this. What the fuck does Bernie Sanders have to do with this?
Violation.
All cops, all roads, all roads, everything, all tax. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. So
I forgot I can't be a libertarian unless like I fucking like literally a clone of Hop. Otherwise, like, oh, there's no other schools of thought. Milton Friedman didn't actually exist. Blah 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 blah.
Okay, so
Crazy.
I
No,
want
I
to.
said you can't be a libertarian if you're for the
No.
expansion of the police state.
Sure,
If
hold
we
on.
go ahead and have a fucking poll against all Libertarian Party card member holders, including the Prags, right? And say, hey, are you a libertarian if you're for the expansion of the police
Oh,
state?
sorry.
Pretty sure it's going to be a resounding hell fucking no.
So
Okay.
on that example, because I thought what Scott said is interesting, and we're like a little over time, but I do want to ask this question. Like hovering over your backyard, and like finding you. Like I think that's like an interesting construction because like that seems totally like like I yell at Scott about his like slippery slope arguments all the time, but like that doesn't seem very far down the slope at all. That like, well, the police saw you, right? A police officer can find you for doing certain things, and so if they
What
see
happens
you
when
through
that's
the drones,
normalized?
yeah, like and they just like hit you with a fine and like it goes straight to your address or whatever. Black Toy, I'm sorry. This was to you.
I thought you were talking to Scott. I'm very sorry. I was.
No, that's no problem. No
No,
problem.
no,
I
no.
didn't call you out.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No problem. Yeah. So I like talking about like the drones, hanging over your yard. Like, do you think
Yeah.
that's like a reasonable fare? And do you think that if that were the case, if the cops were finding people from like drone footage, would that be a reasonable thing for the state to do? And if not, then what should we do about that?
Yeah, I think it would be a reasonable thing for the state to do. I understand why people would feel very uncomfortable about it, because I would too. If I'm, so I don't want to here. I'm not going to give too much personal information, but there's been situations I've been in where like the only place to have a public function is in public, or if it's in a place that's directly visible to the public street. Okay, because I wasn't fortunate enough to have an area where that would be like yard considered private. And in that situation, if a cop pulled up on the road and just stood there, like sat there and was looking at me, I'd feel deeply uncomfortable. But it wouldn't like, what would I do? Go tell the cop to leave? Like they're sitting there on the road where, it's a public roadway. They're sitting there and they're watching us. Okay. Kind of fucking weird, justified to feel uncomfortable. But to me, this is like identical to a drone is like
You're
hovering
white
above
and
the
you're a lawyer.
backyard.
Yes, you
If the
should
drone,
do that.
if the drone is hovering in the above like the my backyard, same kind of feeling where it's like that's fucking weird. I don't like that, but it's it's not my airspace, right? I can't tell them to leave.
But hon,
Well,
hon,
It is.
do you
I'm just-
think no? I want to, but do you think that I get that it's not your airspace, true, but do you think that that'll be a reasonable state for society to find itself in, where the cops can, if they want to, and it's going to be certain neighborhoods, right? It's like it's not going over Beverly Hills, it's not going to be doing this. Just like park.
They'll have the
drones
giant
out.
awnings. That's why.
They can afford, yeah, they'll buy the giant awnings, and the crime that happens in Hollywood isn't going to be the crime that's going to be able to be picked up in a backyard.
But to park a drone there, or not even a drone, don't have to go that far. Like security cameras and like random areas where they can see into yards or whatever, right? And then just like hit people with fines. Like, is that the society that we want? Is that like a fair society? Like, can you admit that this is a worse society than the one we have, or is it simply? Wait, one second. Or is it that simply having that law makes it like just in your mind? Like you're saying like we should apply the law equally to poor people. Well then we're just applying the laws here, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, the law, yeah, right. So if the contention is like, what are they fining you for, right? Like if there's some law that says you can only have a maximum of 15 people in your backyard at any given time, like I would agree that's a fucking terrible law. My approach wouldn't be like, well, we need to eliminate the ways in which police enforce laws. We should be saying, why the fuck do we have this law in which I can't have more than 15 people in my backyard? Right? That's the question to be had, not actually as to the drones.
Can I think that
same with warfare.
Maybe this might maybe be the maybe I can get you a little more over to my side, Lactoid. You've seen Citizen 4, right?
No.
No.
Okay, well, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you if you haven't seen.
I've
you
seen
see
all.
what I'm
I've seen
saying?
all three
All right.
Atlas shrugs.
Let's move on.
okay?
Let's move on.
Atlas shrugs,
all right,
but I
so-
haven't seen this. No.
Okay, so if you've read and followed Edward Snowden's journey,
Yeah.
right, all those years back, you know that at the time the state had the capacity to link metadata and track any American, including their email, their phone call, who they were calling, their GPS locations, all of these things, years and years and years ago, and that they were doing everything they could to expand their power, that multiple people lied to Congress and lied to the American public about it, and that no one, not a single person, was punished or went to jail, and that all of those institutions continued to gain power. And we have no idea how powerful those institutions are in the background. And what we're now talking about is an agency, like a country where we know that there are massive federal agencies that likely have the capability of instantaneously connecting all of our metadata together. And we're talking about increasing that to allow the police state to also casually record our domiciles, our homes, what it is we do on a daily basis, have more and more video evidence, more and more things. And so my question is, if you're a right winger and you just saw, Proud Boys guys take down a barricade and have a, Capitol building tour, get 17 years in prison. Or if you're a lefty and you're looking at people protesting against, like Antifa in fucking Portland, but they don't blow anything up this time. Why do you want an expansion of power to such a degree where we can make this problem worse, where the state gets even more all powerful over our lives? How is that a recipe for anything other than a fucking dystopia that is rapidly approaching?
First of all, you said imagine Antifa not blowing something up. I don't engage in unrealistic hypotheticals. So then to the second point, I guess the broader point. I would agree with you that I actually think that the biggest problem there is like a lack of transparency among federal agencies, and in some cases, the very existence of the federal agencies themselves. In this case, we're talking about like a local police service using drones, which I have much less of an issue with. I have a big issue with like perhaps the existence of the FBI as it currently exists, or the ATF, or like these broader like federal agencies, because I don't disagree with you, Scott, that there's a lot of opaqueness and obscurity and lies that they consistently tell to Congress and to the people who they're supposed to work for. And I think that's probably where the problem is, and so that's where I want to clean things up. Maybe we could pass like a bill that did both things. Where it's called the Mutual Transparency Act, where the police get to use
don't matter.
Hold on.
As proven by what I just said.
Okay, your
rights
an
are
amendment.
Fucking imaginary.
An amendment. We do something in which the Mutual Transparency Amendment, in which cops get to have drones and we get to have cameras in every congressional room.
Yeah, I might actually take
with a live feed at all times.
Yeah, I might actually take that. Let's we're gonna go to Corey. I just want to say quickly that like I want to have a deeper conversation, longer conversation with you, Lactoid, on your construction of like state power and law enforcement, because I think it's like surprising that you would say that you'd have you draw this distinction between local law enforcement and federal law enforcement. I think it's super interesting that you've said that, and I would really want to examine that. But our friend Corey's been waiting, and then let's
not in principle, just in like history. But go ahead, Corey.
Well, first, I'm not sure if Nina knows that they're not in the Discord voice channel, or if anybody else. But
I was
yeah,
about
they're
to say, yeah.
And second, just to fully understand like where Lactoid's limits lie or don't lie, like so, presumably like we're probably already there. But let's just say we have there's solar powered drones, so they don't need to be recharged or anything. Like you're presumably okay with like just like having a drone
nuclear power, right?
Sitting above each house, like over the whole country,
like just in the backyard, and anyone that has a backyard, just like or just outside my window, that is like permissible for you currently.
Yeah, I mean constitutionally, I think it would be. I would say this: I would buy a awning that would cover up my entire backyard.
There's definitely disagreement there, but that's different. Not the awning part, but like, yeah, I don't want to get to that world.
Or I wouldn't even go in my yard, to be honest.
That's why I tend to lean more towards Scott here. But like, I'm also on the
I'll
same
go,
page.
Corey. Wait, hold on, real quick though, because I go in public when there's police, and so like maybe I would still go. Maybe I would still go in my yard. I guess I don't know. And my yard's visible from the street, so I mean, cops could drive by and see me in my nefarious activities.
That's what, like, I think, like, in my mind, that's why I'm trying to thread the needle. Like, if these people are gonna have the power, then, like, yeah, I agree with you. Like, we should be able to have drones in, like, congressional offices, and like people should just be able to fly drones, like, to spy on their politicians and all that stuff, to hold them accountable.
No. That shouldn't. No. That should not be something that like citizens have to like do. That should be something that is done. Like, so you should be able to log into any kind of government website, and there should be like a section that says like the live feeds, like one of these fucking like
I agree,
like porn websites, right? And then you go to the live feed and it has like cameras all over the.
But if we can get to that place, but do you actually think politicians will actually legislate that and actually like allow that infrastructure to be there? I'm skeptical. So. That's why it's like, well, better put it in the hands of the citizens.
But here's the thing, though, right? Because now if we're going to talk about like political efficacy, right? Like, oh, the politicians aren't going to do that. Yeah, well, they're also not going to listen to like us when we're yelling about them flying drones. I mean, they're going to do what they do, and we can oppose it or we can, state our opinion on it. But
right, which is why we should always collectively oppose increases to state power and become a unifying force across the country. Even if we can't all be fucking ANCAPs, we can recognize that cops fucking suck and abuse everybody's rights. Doesn't matter your skin color. It doesn't matter who you vote for. Cops fucking suck, and we should not give them more power.
I think there's been actually, honestly, great strides when it comes to police transparency. The advent of body cams and how much more they're being used now, I think is fucking amazing. They're definitely, obviously, being used more than they were like back in the '90s when they didn't fucking exist. I mean, we see like we hear about a shooting, and like most of the time, like there's a body cam footage of it, right? There's some kind of like dash cam footage. Like we have recordings of these public officials, which is good, and we should keep doing that. But like that's something that just didn't exist like back in the '90s. And if in the '90s, like I don't know, like what if they were like, we should never have these cameras on like police officers, but we did. We managed to get that done, and now we get to see them do their jobs.
Your argument is it's we have cameras on them as they violate people's rights, so it's dope.
My argument is that it's not so bad. My argument is that like by being able to see them and like there's like this sort of catastrophizing of like everything's getting worse, and some things are getting worse. But one of the things that's like getting better is like when you look at overall like fucking stat lines, is like police officers are held accountable more now than they used to be. They are recorded more. We get to see what they get to do. Crime overall is like down from the 90s, right? We're seeing like trends that are happening that generally point to an overall good direction, which is more accountability for law enforcement and what appears to be more efficacy for law enforcement.
So your argument is that the abuse, the extreme level sections of abuse occur less often. And that's because of work that advocacy groups that are anti-police have done for time and time and time again, and have gotten them to get a little bit better. I mean, like, I don't disagree that there are likely less, the statistics are doing better and trending in a better direction. The problem is that we're talking about police violating a set of rules that expand. Right. So in one hand, you can say, well, police killings have gone down. You can say that like the likelihood that a police officer plants weed in your car because so many more of them have body cams is going down, and they're more likely to get in trouble. And it's like true, but also civil asset forfeiture has gotten way fucking worse. Like there are other metrics in which the police have gotten worse since the 90s, because this is what happens when you have politicians running a monopoly on power and violence.
Yeah, like I said before, there's some things that are getting worse. Civil asset forfeiture is a big issue, and I'm not going to like try to defend that in any way. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Let's move on to our next topic. Before then, guys, thanks all for being here. Hit the
Pleasure.
follow button. Not you, the audience.
I know.
Come
It's not a
on.
pleasure.
I demand to know what happened to Nina.
She left.
She's setting up her water gun for the next segment.
Core. So anyway,
Did she literally just bounce?
yeah. So
Okay, sorry.
that's fine. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you're on Twitch, hit the subscribe button. You haven't done so yet. If you're on YouTube, and consider hype chats or super chats if you want something said, read, on air. If you want to ask people a thing, well then, this is your opportunity. So we'd love to have you. We can't do this without you, so consider helping out the channel by sub to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. And we're gonna ad break. Now you know what? I'm gonna wait till the ad break is over, and I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna do it. Do it all over again. So you just wait for
Do
that.
it.
You heard that?
And if the Discord chat, the group chat's any indication, it seems confirmed that Nina does not respond to DMs.
Yeah, so it is what it is. But yeah, I'm just gonna do a quick pause before we move on to our next topic. We got a cool topic coming through, so just pause for a second. While we're waiting, like the 30 seconds for everyone to come back. Lactoid, I think it really is interesting. Your formulation of state power, right? Like I really did not expect anyone to back the police in this
Keep you guessing.
way. Yeah, you certainly do. You certainly do. And like,
Told
why?
you he's Canadian.
Yeah, just very quickly. Like,
Right up Trudeau's alley.
Why? Just very quickly. Why do you think like it'd be better for the local police to use drones than the federal?
So okay. So on principle, ideally, if the federal government had like what I would consider to be the right laws, then it wouldn't matter. In fact, if they had better laws in localities, then I would assume it'd be even better. But the only the reason that
Those laws they don't follow.
the reason that I explained that was just like the history of federal agencies, right? Like lying repeatedly to Congress, like having these massive operations, the NSA having these massive operations.
Local
in which
cops
they
lie
just-
to us all the time, right? They lie to local governments and they lie to people when they try to hold them accountable.
Yeah, I mean they do. It's just that given their lack of resources, the scale is just so like less. It's like so much less. Like, would I trust a toddler more with a gun or a nuke?
It's
Like-
more it's more terrifying the local police and the local power that they have and the lack of oversight. Like I'm like not that like it's easy to get
Not that the
like,
ATF is scary as fuck, dude.
not I was gonna say not that it's easy to get like accountability from the FBI, right? Like I've heard the statistics about like how often they're punished for like wrongful shootings, and it's just like
Or the DEA.
yeah, it's like ridiculous. No, I hear you, but like I think with their
Let me just
presence
say,
in your life, like daily, and like their ability, like the DEA leaves, they go home, right, wherever the fuck that might be. The FBI leaves, they go home. Your local police officer is always there, and they can form relationships with you, and they can be negative relationships, especially like in a small town. Imagine your bully in a small town with a drone. That's to me is more or any other police surveillance technology. That's more terrifying to me than the possibility that the FBI might look into me and open a federal case. You know?
I get it, and I think this is just maybe just I mean, there's room for a difference in opinion here, in the sense of like which one is actually going to have more gravity overall. Like I'm looking at more of like I guess a calculation of the effect on American society, the effect on people generally, like the ATF, DEA, like their operations in the past, what they've done consistently, that make me very skeptical of them. I mean, ideally, what I would like to see is that like the federal government, instead of like having their own enforcement agencies, they would have agencies that are tasked solely with like disciplining local agencies. So like like their new agency would be like, okay, local police, you you are responsible
Local
for like the
police
laws.
didn't get enough COVID arrests. We need to make sure that you get more.
Okay,
all right. So
See,
let's
then that's how it's going to be applied, and then yeah, okay, all right.
okay.
Hey,
All
can I
right.
just
So
say, just to round that out, I trust a toddler more with a nuke because they're notoriously bad at remembering access codes.
fair enough.
It's
Good
just the
point.
button.
Sure.
It's just the
Good
button.
point. just the shiny red button in front of them. Okay. more
Shiny
than the other.
candy-like button right in front of them.
But anyway, so audience members, we're gonna go to our next topic. Sorry, like we went way over, but I think we had like a really great conversation here. Like I really loved and what everyone
It was
had
a
to bring
different
here.
division of opponents than normal.
Yeah. And I really love the split. The reason why I let Scott and like Lactwood go at it so long because I thought the split that they had was super interesting. It was really informative. So shout out to them and shout out to everyone else who participated. Guys, support the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs.
The number one. Oh, my bad.
I
I was just gonna say the number one rule of like being a libertarian is understanding that no one believes that any other libertarian is a real libertarian.
Oh no, absolutely. All fake, it's all posers, all there to undermine the movement. Indeed. But yeah, I'm curious if anyone's ever called you like a fake ANCAP. Now I
Yeah,
wonder.
it happens. It happens all the time.
Really amazing. That's shocking. Amazing.
I've been called a fake ANCAP multiple fucking times.
God, you bleed ANCAP. All right. Well, okay. Anyway, subs to the channel, support us. The hype trains or super chats if you want like your comment to be read out or to respond to any of that. And I will read anything that you pay me to read. I will do that. So how about
Provided
the
it's
channel?
TOS, I hope.
I'm assuming that you can't like put a non-TOS thing in a hype chat. Like I'm assuming.
I don't know if you want to run that experiment.
Well, if we have multiple
That's a bad assumption to
iterations,
just randomly say.
if we have multiple iterations of people trying, I would love to see. Like, let's figure it out, guys. Why does Twitch hate me? Thank you for gifting a sub to Feder Hephaestus, and 16 subs in total. Thank you for supporting the channel. Kind of you. So yeah, look at this with the channel. Oh, and you're on the top of our leaderboards for this month because this month just started. And yeah, the only one there. So consider us helping out the channel. And if you're on YouTube, consider helping us out with super chat. All right, so let's go on to the next topic. I apologize for the wait, but I think we really did have a good conversation. All right, so topic 2, which oh my god, mouse, please work. Topic 2: a Twitch streamer named Easydor or Isidore, I don't know, locked himself in a closet and asked viewers to torture him for money and subscriptions. This follows another streamer, Irby, who challenged a mod of his to do something similar. Both these individuals feel the challenge of enduring it for 3 days, which has policies against self-harm. But should that be the case, should it be morally permissible to allow people to torture themselves on a platform for money if there is no permanent or serious bodily harm? Does that change your answer? So yeah, I mean, I had only just heard about this. Someone on YouTube was talking about this. Apparently, there was these individuals. They put themselves in a room, in a dark room, and they had a camera on them, and you could like pay to like, for one of them, you could pay to flashbang them. For the other one, like you could pay to like play loud music at them. It was just a thing, and it was supposed to be a challenge for to stay there for like 3 days. But at some point they both gave up. And like this is entertainment. This is like peak entertainment for a cohort of human beings, right? For a lot of human beings, this is peak entertainment. And we are, I think most people here in this particular call are all about like self-determination and doing what you want with your body. So should this be allowed, especially morally? Like is this a thing that as a society we want to project out into the world, or like should we put some protections in place? I just leave it at that. All right, so we'll start with our friend Lactoid, please.
Yeah, no, I'll say it in 1 second. But Prime, it looks like somebody in your chat, they just sent a sub and they wanted you to say something.
A sub or a
Pro-
hype chat? Because those are not the same.
it's not the same, but they sent 2 subs.
Oh, my bad, my bad. All right, I'll
They said two
uh,
subs, but I'll do it. I'll do it. Thank you. Why does Twitch hate me for gifting a sub to my man Lactoid, who's a big time lawyer but doesn't buy subs here. Anyway, so sorry, and he says, Prime, tell Lactoid that he's #1 libertarian. Yes, indeed, you are in my heart. Not in Scott's. Let's go to.
I
Hey,
appreciate that.
hey, man, you got a sub. You know, he got the positive affirmation he needs. I mean, when you're a real libertarian, you don't need that affirmation from a bunch of commie fucks in chat. But like, but you know what? But hey, man, you need what you need. I appreciate that you got that. Appreciate
I
Prime
feel
got his
better now.
money
Yeah.
because there's nothing more capitalist than a lefty on Twitch. You know, so I'm glad Primecast is getting paid, and then he, you know, so I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. So yeah, I mean, I just recently I've watched a couple episodes of the show Alone, where they basically ship somebody on the middle of nowhere in Canada, Corey's homeland, not mine, and
Your backyard.
no, and then they basically like film them trying to survive in the elements, right? And people see it as a challenge. Twitch can have, I guess, the TOS that they want, but to be honest, I don't see anything morally wrong with that. And I also don't see anything morally wrong with, I guess, in this case, you had a streamer who sort of had like I guess, a self grit challenge where he put himself in a closet and got paid to do some weird shit. But I have no moral issue with it. I think it should be allowed on most, all platforms. But I just obviously don't have the right to tell platforms what they can or can't do with their own shit.
And just to establish, like, I think everyone here agrees, like, platforms can do what they want, right? So like, there's no argument if we discuss that. So just more on like the merits of like the actions themselves. Let's go to Corey.
And I want to be very crystal clear. Like, I don't think people should do this, right? Also, I just think people should have the right to do it. I want to make that absolutely clear, especially for Twitch.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah, I'm also sort of well, yeah, there's like a little bit of a gray area for me. Well, at least to distill it down, like if what they're doing is part of Twitch TOS, which I actually haven't read the full Twitch TOS, but it seems like this does follow the TOS since it's not banned, then I guess it's permissible. Do I actually think that like this should be on Twitch if this is the Twitch that I would want to move towards? Probably not, but there's two parts of the equation. There's like the content creators and the content they create, but then the audience, where I think it says something about the audience if they're like paying to torture someone or like do ridiculous things to someone, or like push people to the brink of like some sort of mental health issue. So I think like both are potentially problematic. Of like, yeah, what does it say about Twitch where if they allow this type of content, and especially when it comes to trying to minimize certain content where you come up with I think like really strange rules around like I think like hot tub streaming. I don't know the exact rules, but it's like you can be in like a bathing suit if you have like some sort of like water on screen, or like I don't know, I've seen some really weird stuff.
Yeah.
Of like I have my glass of water here, so now this is permissible for me to be in like a bikini or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's like really strange. And so it's like I don't know how you create like the perfect TOS or if that's even possible. But like ideally, I wouldn't want this to be here. But if it's there, I would say both are bad. People supporting this are not bad, but let's say irresponsible. The people creating it and the people paying money to do this to people, I think says something about the platform and the people. I'll leave it there for now.
I have read the full Twitch TOS. It's boring, extremely vague on purpose. But yeah, and also I've seen women do the bikini thing, and there's like really no moisture around, so I don't know if they even care anymore. I don't think they give a shit. But I go.
Yeah, not only is TOS vaguely written, but whenever you violate it and like get some sort of punishment, the violation is also like they don't want to tell you what you did. They want to keep that vague too, because the more specific they are on anything, the more they have the more accountable they are to being held consistent to these sorts of things. That just bothers the shit out of me. This will be the second. I think I mentioned Black Mirror in the last segment. This even more so reminds me of Black Mirror episodes. I think there was an episode that was basically based on people living their lives as game shows or whatever. And I seem to remember the guy was like basically attempted suicide at the end of his, and then him attempting suicide became the shtick that got him donos. So he just did it every time, and then it became sort of meaningless. I've often thought, I've said this in a lot of different contexts, that whatever Japan is doing today, that's us in 20 years. They always seem to be like 20 years ahead of us. And these extreme game shows that they used to have, still have, I think, where they just have people just doing more and more extreme, ridiculous, humiliating, especially humiliating, probably more so than being tortured is being humiliated, psychologically tortured, has been popular there for a long time. And so to see it starting to happen here isn't a big surprise to me. And there was a guy from years ago, I think I seem to remember, who had like weight loss issues, and people would say things in chat or whatever, specifically through donos, so he wouldn't ignore them, because he needed the money really badly. But he also they were also like things that were designed to sort of mentally torture him. I remember like that there was a lot of talk about that particular streamer at one point. So yeah, I mean, I can see this like sort of escalating, because if someone else does just what he did, well, that's not going to get much attention because someone else is already doing it. So you got to be even more extreme than the last guy, and so on and so forth. And while I won't necessarily blame the desperate people who are doing this in order to get money that they also might need desperately, I do sort of blame the people in chat who are taking advantage of that, for they don't have any such motivation, and it doesn't seem at all healthy to me for Twitch to like enable that sort of behavior in any way. If somebody needs help, like give them the Patreon, give them money without conditions. I mean, come on.
Quickly. So I've seen those simulation shows
Yeah.
In Japan. But when I went to Japan, I had run across this one show where there was two guys. One like a thin, like a normal, like a guy with a normal build, and like he would travel around with this like boxer guy, and the guy with the normal build seemed to like he would just like go into people's houses or just like meet people on the street and he would just like insult them, and that was like a funny thing, I guess, right? But like the boxer guy, he would like slap people in the face. Like he would just like the people they talked to would just like slap them all in the face. And people would just like line up so they get slapped in the face by the boxer guy.
So it was with their consent then.
It was with their consent. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
and he didn't put like his shoulder into it, you know?
Yeah.
But like he would just like slap everyone in the face, and they loved it. So, I don't know. Japan's a fun place. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, so let me first explain what Twitch TOS actually is, right? TOS is a vague set of naughty things that are essentially meaningless. What really matters is, number one, are you a small account or viewer? If so, you will get automatically banned for like random things that an AI algorithm is looking for, or you'll get shadow banned for the same reasons. Are you a mid-size account? If so, you're probably fine, and a human will likely review it if something occurs, and they'll err on the side of caution. Unless you create a big stink and articles are written about you, then they'll get rid of you. And then number three, are you a very large account that makes a lot of money? Now, large, mid, we're talking about money making. This is why the all of the e-thoughts and like bathtub streamers and all of the girls that are prostitutes on Twitch, because Twitch is mostly a prostitution website. So Twitch is a prostitution platform for e-girls. If you can be in a large category, even if you don't have a large amount of viewers, because you make a lot more money than someone of those views. And that's the case. If you make enough money, they will do everything in their power to keep you unless it was egregious enough. And then they'll be really harsh against you so they can make an example, so that they can hopefully scare the other big money makers into behaving, and they can keep you along as much as you want. Right. So that's how TOS actually works. The rules don't fucking matter at all. Now moving on. Yeah, all for what Blacktoid said. You know, you have every right as a company to, and as an individual to do these things. I would say it's morally wrong by almost every metric to engage in these relationships. If you want to look at it from a consequentialist perspective, it's not good for anybody. If you want to look at it from a virtue ethicist position, maybe if it's a self-imposed challenge, but it seems like a like a gross incestuous parasocial group bullying kind of like psychotic experiment that is probably super unhealthy and likely doesn't extol a lot of virtue. And so like I'm not sure what moral framework you would look at this and say that this is a morally good thing that we as a society should do. Like we as a society should encourage our kids to, you know, use mommy and daddy's credit card to like torture a dude who feels like he needs money so that he can continuously destroy his own mental health for clicks and views because they haven't quite made it to be able to like actually create content that they enjoy. So like, yeah, we shouldn't encourage it. It's bad, but like everybody has a right to do it. If you want to sell a fucking kidney, do it, but it's probably not a good idea in case you need it.
Thank you. Up to the panel.
Well, it seems like we're all in agreement, right? Of like, at least from what I can
Kinda,
tell. Where it's like, yeah, but you know, I think this is a good example, or at least some sort of example of like just the bad incentives, where yeah, it's the dynamic. Like, I don't think you can just place the blame on like one single thing, like it's just the content creator. But like, the content creator exists because like there appears to be an audience for it. But like, should there be an audience for it? I would say almost certainly not. I don't think it's a point of pride if this is on Twitch and this becomes now mainstream on Twitch. But like, and does Twitch have a responsibility to protect content creators? I think there's a good example. I can't diagnose anybody, but there's a content creator, Eugenia Cooney, I think is her name. And like, I can't make any but I think it's fair to say
She's
they are
anorexic.
very much.
Come on,
just
I know
say
why you're
it.
dancing around. She's anorexic. What the fuck?
Well, I'll just say they are very much underweight, extremely underweight, to the point of like it's fair to say like unhealthy, and so it's like this has curated them an audience, and it's I don't know how much the audience like supports them getting help or like enjoys watching what is taking place.
Our
like,
audience is predominantly pro Anna at this point.
Yeah.
yeah. So if that's the case, it's like,
Mhm.
well, then there's like an incentive to obviously like not change, and like, so does Twitch have these other platforms have responsibility to like, hey, like it's pretty clear you might not be in the best space. Maybe don't make this content or like ban that. I don't know. It's really difficult.
That's interesting, but
So the interesting thing. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
well, yeah, I would just ask this question. This idea of pro Anna, pro anorexia, if you don't, if you haven't been exposed to that nightmare, like, is that in itself torture, right? Like, it would.
So that's kind of what I wanted to touch
Okay,
on. Yeah.
go ahead, please.
One of the things that we understand about like group bullying, right, is that people get together for group bullying and they feed off of each other. You know, when people get into a group, it's kind of the same thing like when an emergency occurs and if you take control of an emergency, right, and someone needs to call the cops or like, you know, the ambulance, or someone needs to get an AED, right, so we can like, you know, you get the defibrillator. It's very important that you specifically point to a person, right, and you say you do something, because there's this really interesting phenomena where the more people are around, the less likely you are to actually get someone to stop something. And I think this occurs especially online as well, is that everyone feels like they have carte blanche the larger a community or a following is, to kind of like be an asshole because like someone else will take care of it. Like I'm not really part of the problem. I'm one person in a sea or in a chorus of voices that's just like being silly or goofy or trolling. But it builds up. But the interesting thing about group bullying as we understand it is it also works towards social isolation. And the parasocial relationship of streamers doesn't work this way. And so we don't really know what the fuck we're doing in that domain. Like that's the God's honest truth. Like we don't really know what the long-term psychological, like we don't like we have idea, it's a burgeoning area of research, but it's also an area that like has a really low p-value, right? Like you can't, it's kind of like how sometimes it can be difficult in certain countries to study transgender population because they're really, really small percentage of the population. Well, an even smaller percentage of the population are people that are professional streamers for a living, right? Or like
Degenerate sleep
professional
people.
online content creators. And so like what happens when you have group bullying, but instead of social isolation, where you then move to a new community, right? Where you then move to a new area, or all of the negative effects that come from not moving. What happens when when they feed you and you're feeding off of the bullying? And like honestly, we don't know. And that like that means like, you know, this is an area we should tread carefully in, I think.
Yeah, I don't think that was my question though. But I think what you said was really interesting.
Well, I'm saying the pro ana thing could be torture, but it could be healthy in a way. I doubt it's healthy, but it's like it's really difficult to know. Is it torture? Is it some kind of mob psychosis, right? Like what is it? And the answer is I don't fucking know. And I don't think anybody knows. Anyone that says they totally know is full of shit.
Sure. I take your point, and I can. I've like consumed maybe like 10 minutes of their content, but I can see there's potential
I'm not
positive.
talking about you. I promise. I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
attacking you.
I know. Either way, yeah, I'm not taking offense regardless. But like, I can see a pro in terms of like, well, if this particular person that I singled out, of like, if they're raising awareness for this condition, or like they're somehow encouraging other people to seek help, then I can see that as an advantage or some sort of like, yeah, positive. Where it's like, yeah, I think I agree with Scott
Well,
overall.
we could
The
take the
sentiment.
opposite. Right?
Yeah,
We could
it's
go with like
really.
Nick Avocado, right? Nick Avocado is killing himself with mukbangs. Even though he used to be like a vegan health influencer, and over time just can't stop fucking eating and can't stop being addicted to the attention, and everybody loves it and gets all the views and the money from him being a tragedy as he slowly kills himself with food.
Yeah, I think that's also another good. I don't know. I only know the name, but I don't know the content. But I'm obviously familiar with the concept of that type of content. And like, yeah, I think uh like the responsibility or blame can go both ways. Of like, what does it say about the content creator creating it, and like, what does it say about? I don't enjoy like. It's really hard for me to get in the mindset of like enjoying watching someone like just eat to the point of I don't know, just like to the point of like sickness and just like
yeah.
like that is like a really foreign concept to me. Obviously, I think there's something interesting psychologically going on there that I don't understand, but I can't even
Right.
like get into that mindset of like just even the cons. Like I'm gonna maybe trigger some people, but like it's also really foreign to me, just like watching like even just TV, like the Food Network. I think the Food Network is like a really silly network. Like watching just people prepare and eat food is I can't get into that mindset at all. But maybe I'm just an idiot.
How fucking dare you, sir?
Like I think it's
I
like
watching Gordon Ramsay personally.
it's like really strange. Like how does it look
But
to like
not for the food.
how like to
No,
an
for the food.
outsider to like I don't know, just
like-
like some
I like
someone
watching
like
that Gianni chick.
Just
So
for the
so that she'd be like,
humiliation.
and then the next thing that we're gonna do is take the spaghetti, and then we're gonna put it in, and we're gonna put a little bit of the sauce with the mozzarella. It's really fucking funny to me.
yeah, I can understand that humorous aspect, but yeah, I think it's just like a really strange concept of like if you take someone like from a developed country and we're just like watching food and like we're critiquing food, it just like sound like I don't know, it's like really strange to me.
Yeah. So, so I guess where I wanted to go with this pro thing, and yeah, you did. I think start to touch on what I want to talk about, Scott. Is like what is even torture, right? Like, because at first, like the thing that sparked it was the pro thing, but then on the other side of it, Scott brings in this Nick Avocado person, never heard of them, but doing mukbangs to the point of like a detriment to the body, right? Like, first of all, how do you even regulate like this as harm, right? Like it's just like this person is eating, like
Well,
I don't know.
is it really harm, right?
Yeah. Is it really harm? Like what is harm? Like I feel like we could go down like a logic train of
It's
of
harm.
things.
It's just not aggression.
Well, no,
would
let
have-
me explain what I'm referring to. So,
Okay.
Nikado
It's
avocado.
harm for sure.
Sure. Well, let me get there. Nikado avocado is filthy rich now because of what he's done. Right? He brags about it openly. Right? And is he much like objectively unhealthier, like of a weight, absolutely. Um, but he also talks about how, like, he shoots videos. I think one in particular, he was shooting a video from like his penthouse apartment in the middle of like a major metropolitan area. And he's like, I love looking down at you little like mice running through your little jobs and everything while I sit up here like eating all that I can because like I'm better than you, like I am your god, like genuine like narcissistic crazy like shit. And he's saying this, and he all of his money comes from these mukbangs. How
Mhm.
different? How is this different than like MMA or football, where you have these people having CTE now who are
I've
sitting in their
been
mansions, right?
I've
I
been
know,
consistent.
Corey, I know, yeah, I know. But like professional sports is people hurting themselves for money, right? That's what boxing is, right? We just had iDubbbz have a whole boxing event that was streamed, and is that not the same thing?
Well, so this is why I said it's harm. It's not aggression.
Right?
That's the thing, is that the aggression allows us to recognize that someone is inherently someone is inherently a criminal. Someone is going after someone, right? But there are certain things that you do that are indeed harmful, and the other person is intending harm. Sometimes they're not intending harm, right? But if you're paying money to specifically torture someone in a closet, right, you are intending harm. Now, does that harm come with a benefit that that person may enjoy? Yes. What I am saying is that when I look at this from a moral perspective, I would look at it the same way I look at prostitutes, right? When two people engage in a transaction with a prostitute, there's no aggression here. If some John wants to go off and pay $20 to some chick and get a bead, I have no idea how much a blowjob costs. I don't know. Maybe it's 1,000. I don't know. Regardless, right? Like however much money it takes, that just goes to show how low I value fucking whores.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's just like, but regardless, right? Like if you want to, if that's what you want to do, like do it. That I get that. I understand that. But I would say that I believe that it is morally wrong. It's like, well, how do you come to the idea that it's morally wrong? It's like, well, it's not pro-life. It's not healthy for society. It's not healthy for the girl in the end, usually. There's a small minutia of women that become very successful in this and potentially, start a life or a family afterwards. Like, but for the majority of people, like you can just look at the OnlyFans statistics and know that like most of them, like I think the average is like $180 last time I looked or something.
Yeah.
Like, right, they're putting themselves out on the internet to potentially like ruin their lives or their family at some point in the future for $180 a month in the hope that they'll be one of the top whores. Like, it's not good. There's no way to call it good. Like it's just not. But that doesn't mean that it's aggression and that we should stop it. But as a society, we shouldn't advocate people collectively torturing people for money as a form of entertainment. We should look at that and
Well,
go,
right.
that's gross.
My question, and I don't even disagree with a lot of what you said, but my question is again, why? Like, would you feel the same? Would you personally morally feel the same way about like boxing, right? Where like most of what you just said could just apply if you replace the word with boxer, right? Most of them aren't going to make it. A lot of them are like maybe like a few select few will like go on to become super famous and have like a family or whatever. But like a lot of them are going to have like brain damage, a lot of injuries.
Mhm.
They're going to struggle now for the rest of their life because they did this. Why do we as a society like watch boxing and MMA and Muay Thai and all these like very violent sports?
I think there is as a whole, as a community, sports have a position above in most people's moral evaluation because they symbolize certain truths that are important, especially for men, but for society. The idea of competition, the idea of athleticism and competition together in aggressive and violent means is kind of a metaphor for life and for kind of a game theory of symbolizing what you know there's a reason people like Andrew Tate, even though he's a piece of shit and a trafficker, right? Like there's a reason they like him. And it's not because he's constantly spitting out sage wisdom. There's a billion TikTok, YouTube, whatever accounts that are the same way. But part of it is because it's a person that is willing to commit violence, that is very athletic, right? And that there's something to that I don't think necessarily exists in, let's say, prostitution. But nevertheless, I would say that they're very similar in that. Like, I wouldn't say that it's probably a good thing overall. It's harder to tell with violent contact sports because it seems to be that there's a hard to explain value there.
I would challenge that, but well,
Yeah,
go
so,
to
well,
Corey.
I might be doing just that, even though I had a question for you, Prime. Where it's like, yeah, so you single out like prostitution and like that in the category of like not good, and then like with examples of Lactoid and that, you know, this speaks to maybe something whatever transcendental about humanity, so to speak, or like, yeah, but where it's like, could you like turn prostitution if you like bake in somehow, or someone finds a way to turn prostitution into a competition, or violent blood
Easy.
sports in prostitution, then it becomes permissible and good.
100 dicks, 10 minutes. Go.
Or what
I mean,
if
that's
the
not
winner,
a thing, so it doesn't really
it's not
it doesn't
yeah,
really
but
matter.
okay, well, what if instead of money,
It's a hypothetical that
sure.
changes the
I can
principles.
ground
Oh,
it.
wait, it does kind of
wait.
exist for porn stars, though,
Well,
right?
I
Like
can
there
try
is a
and ground it.
competition that
Yeah,
exists.
let me just try and ground it.
Sure.
What if instead of a money purse at the end of boxing, it's something else in the realm of prostitution? You know,
It's a jar of cum. I don't
Yeah.
know. That's what you.
Yeah, I mean, if you change the thing, the moral evaluation of it changes, right? Like this is just like silly, because we're not talking about the domain of aggression. We're not talking about black and white situations. We're talking about these areas in which we're discussing our moral preferences as a society. And once we get into the domain of moral preferences, a lot of it comes down to at least our understanding. Even if you're a moral realist, which I think I might be, but comes, at least from our understanding, comes to a subjective understanding of morality. And so when we're having a conversation about the subjective understanding of morality, once you start changing principal differences in the analogy, it becomes a silly question.
But I just wish at some point that experiment is run, and I'm curious on your future thoughts on it if that ever happens. But Prime, I think like this scenario, or like the broad topic that we're talking about, I think maybe interfaces with you potentially, with you on panels. Like, what is your responsibility? Because you host open panels, right? And I haven't watched every single open panel, but there are some people, at least on the times that I've watched quite a few of your open panels, there are people that come on that are in a certain state that may not be in the best psychological state. Like, do you feel any responsibility, or like, is there like a tipping point where they're like maybe like too tipsy to be on a panel, that you would be like, yeah, you gotta get off the panel, or like, do you have any guiding principles there?
Yeah. Okay.
Although, if you don't want to answer, that's also
No.
like,
I'm not gonna run from this. Scott won't. He'll yell at me if I don't. But
I've seen you kick people for that sort of thing.
exactly. We've had some seriously fucking drunk people come on this. I try to engage people no matter like what the state they show up in. So I'll try for a little bit, but with some it's obvious you're just not gonna make any progress there, and that you're just like self-destructive. Okay, so they're destructive to the panel.
Yeah.
However, right? Especially now and previously, right? When I first started, didn't make much money, and there was like this one guy. He wasn't drunk. I don't think he was. He was just weird. He was a weird guy. But he was one of the few people who actually donated, and like, but he would like interrupt all the fucking time and with nonsense. And I feel like everyone here is aware of the type of person like that. But this guy would be one of the very, very few people who supported the channel. And so I kept him around. And it's like, I'm just like spelling out like how incentives work.
yeah,
So
I understand.
yeah, they're now like how far would that go? Like again, I have tossed people who are donors out. Like I've tossed them out, but like does that scale with the amount they've given? Yeah, I guess it would. And I feel like I feel lesser for it. I like
I
for that
understand. Yeah,
being
it's
true, I feel
tricky.
lesser for it. Yeah.
For sure.
Oof.
Yeah.
It got quiet. It got
Yeah.
quiet. You know why I got quiet? Because everybody fucking does it. That's why I got quiet. Because everyone in the entire online politics space knows that they constantly exploit people and use people for fucking clicks, that they say stupid things, they create fucking drama that shouldn't exist, etc. I mean, I remember I was on a Stardust panel with like, I think I was like Doobie and Econo Boy and it was just like a impromptu thing and counterpoints, right? And there was this dude that was in a halfway house, clearly mentally challenged. And like everyone was just using him for like more shit. And I just interrupted him. I was like, you know that everybody's laughing at you and using you because like you like you're a crazy person. And that everyone's using it. And everyone got mad at me. It was like, how dare you? That's so rude. And it's like, you're all letting a clearly crazy person who supposedly snuck a phone into a halfway house, like get on here and like dominate the conversation in insane ways so that you can get clicks and views. And I'm just the one being honest about it. And now all of a sudden I'm the asshole. Like, no, like, come on, man. I mean, that's how this business works. And I think that's, there is a kind of a sick thing that is true of almost everyone within the online politics, but just Twitch and streaming in general. I think we all recognize that like the incentives are in such a way that it's a snowball effect. And so the people that are willing to debase themselves and do the scummiest shit and the grifterest shit, or harm themselves or do crazy shit just to get the clicks and views will tend to be more successful. I mean, and that's just how that is. And that's kind of why most of the people that are super successful tend to be normie appealing midwits that do and interview degenerate shit and cause drama, right? Like that's what the most famous people are in this space. And we I don't know that there's a right answer to that. And I don't know that Twitch or some company can legislate out degeneracy and self-harm in such a way to stop those things. I think mostly what you have to do is you have to figure out what kind of content you're going to do and where your line is, and just recognize that the game is fucking sick. And maybe like junk food in 10 or 20 years, we'll kind of recognize its danger, and as a society we'll treat it differently. But it ain't now. Right now, we're all eating candy and we're just like acting, we're all smoking cigarettes, and doctors are like, cigarettes are good for your health, especially Camels. And in 20 years, we'll be like, okay, that was really bad. We shouldn't have been doing that shit.
Hey, no, not me. I can say I get no clicks, so I'm not generating that type of content. And that's a point of pride for me.
Lactoid.
Well, don't you know that most physicians smoke Camels, Scott? I don't know if you knew that.
Right.
Lactoid. Like, would you said that people should be allowed to do these acts?
I see it comparable to boxing.
You see it comparable to boxing.
Yep.
All right, so and I know it's ridiculous, but I mean I'll go there, right?
There's rules in boxing, for the record,
and there's rules in the Coliseum, right? Like, would you think that we should be allowed to have Coliseum fights?
I've asked that question to Lactoid explicitly. I know it's yeah.
Well,
I'll
so
let him
there's
answer.
rules. There's rules, but surprisingly absent, or sorry, not surprisingly absent in the rules of boxing is a rule against violently hurting the other person in front of an audience. Right? That's the whole point. The whole point of the sport is to display hurt to an audience who likes it, which is interesting, right? Yeah, and the terrible thing about it is like, look, I like basketball a lot, which is I think probably one of the better sports in terms of the point is not to hurt people; it's to actually get a ball in a hoop. It's not that but I also do somewhat like MMA and boxing, and I do like watching it, and I guess it makes me a little bit uncomfortable, like thinking, like trying to like self-analyze, like why do I like, and I think for a lot of the reasons Scott put forward are the reasons, right? Like this idea of like foundational competition of like when push comes to shove.
Amongst men is a reality of the world, and we push it out of our entertainment as much as we want. Men will find a way to find substitutes for that because it's an integral part of masculinity.
So yeah, it's that, but it also I think represents like the very like the top of like of prowess. Like you have to win, otherwise you're gonna get like if you lose in basketball, like it sucks. Like you're gonna lose. Like you know you didn't do your job right. If you lose at boxing, like you're gonna get hurt, right? Like there is a immediate penalty, and it sucks, right? And you're trying to desperately to avoid that in like the most kind of primal sense, which is somewhat entertaining, and I get it. Would I would allow Coliseum fights to the death personally. I don't know if I'd watch them. I think that'd probably be a line too far for me. Um, but maybe I would, right? Maybe in a society in which had it, because you know, if we lived in a society where there was no boxing, I don't know if I would say that I'd watch boxing. But now, you know, if we lived in a society that had Coliseum fighting with like lions and shit eating people, I'd like to say like, oh, that's uncivilized. I wouldn't watch it, but I might, right? I might watch it because you know I've
What
watched a lot
what
of
if
horrific shit on the internet. So
what if the violence is a form of restitution? I'll explain. What if we have violent
Wait,
coliseums,
you're
okay?
changing the
But it's
hypothetical.
only
Changes the
it's
hypothetical.
only well, no, I'm just asking his opinion. I'm admitting I'm changing it and asking his opinion on this. It's only offending pedophiles.
I will agree. I'd feel much less bad about the scenarios that occurred, but yeah, I don't know. There's no way to know
It's
whether or not
like
I'd
look,
watch it.
you take 100 offending pedophiles, right?
I don't
And
even
the
know if I can.
one that makes it out gets a P brand on their cheek, and they go back out into society. Their time served, right? And we just we get rid of 99% of offending pedophiles, but the 1% become
Well,
brutal,
so that would actually
violent, powerful murderers.
so that would actually make it worse though, because I'm assuming these pedophiles like aren't consenting to actually engage in like the sport, right? So like we're literally like
Well,
throwing in
Well,
convicts.
it's their
they
way
kind of
out.
gave up that right after they became an offending pedophile.
That's one theory of justice.
Or
You know, I'm not completely against that, but
Come
I don't
on,
know.
you wouldn't watch that?
I
You
might
never
watch it.
watched
Look,
that.
I will be like I have watched like horrific shit on the internet, right? I think we all have.
we all have.
And the thing is like it's very easy for me to say like, you know, I would never watch that, but I might. I might. Like I watch people beat the shit out of like in the Muay Thai, like I've seen like you know some kind of spinning elbow clips a guy in like the chin, like his head fucking flies back. Like that's a fucking hit and the dude's out cold. People have died, right? There's people who've died doing this sport. You know, they keep getting hit in the head and they get edema, their brain swells and they die or they're disabled now for like their whole life. It's horrific, but I watch it. And then like with football, right? CTE, I watch it.
Um,
What kind of like clean soil are we truly denigrating the people who are donating to Nikado Avocado? I've thought about that a lot because when I see Nikado Avocado, I do feel a little bit disgusted, right? Like this guy is killing himself for money. But then I saw the video where he's like, I am above all of you. Like I'm sitting on my fucking mountain of money, and all I had to do is sacrifice my health to do so.
it
Which can be
changes
It's the
it
said
same
for
thing with
every
like Conor McGregor. It's the same thing with Conor McGregor, right? Like you can talk about like, oh, we as a society are, you know, encouraging Conor to beat up people and get beat up, you know, but then I mean, just watch any interview with him for like 10 minutes.
or
The
Muhammad
guy,
Ali.
the guy's so narcissistic and fucking I believe I'm better than you that he doesn't walk normal. He has to walk with his arms swinging like I'm gonna fuck you up. You know what I mean? Like it just is a thing.
Yeah, like does it change the moral calculation if it's a narcissist who's being harmed?
It doesn't change the moral calculation, but I think we're all just like more okay with like a narcissist. I don't know. We just feel less bad for them. I'm guessing, right? Because like hey, you thought you know best, right? And here Nikado is like claiming he's above all of you. Will it still be sad? Like if you know he gets congestive heart failure, it would
Well,
be.
Lactoid. I'm
Before,
curious now.
before
Go
you do
ahead,
that,
Brad.
Aiko, do you have anything to add at all? Anything?
Only that I do think there is a bit more of a line to draw than what we're talking about because I do think that there's a difference between having somebody who's willing to take shots at themselves or willing to like take positions that are so far out there that it's almost humiliating to them, right? Or people that are there solely so that people can take shots for them, and there's like really no like legitimate like purpose for having them on when it comes to panels or even like in their own panels, like if you're setting it up specifically because you're asking chat to hurt you, like that's I don't know. It seems to me that's a clear, bright line. Like that's fundamentally different than maybe going on a panel that you shouldn't
Is
be
it?
on.
Is it? I mean, like I recognize the moral calculation, like the difference. At least like again, we're in the domain of preferences, not in.
Right.
Like, we kind of set aside. I think we all kind of agree that we were talking about the idea that like legally, like let's put that aside. So in this domain of preferences,
Right.
is it really a big difference? Because I think the thing is that like we I think there's an ad like a post hoc justification given, and like none of us really know what the motivations for these things are, right?
Yeah.
Like I think people put themselves through something and then say, well, actually it's because of this, or actually because it's this bigger, cooler thing, right? When it's like, or maybe it just is the act. Maybe there's a comedy, like there's like we value something in it, and I don't think most audiences would value just human suffering, right? I think audiences tend to value human suffering when it leads towards a goal of some kind. Um, and yet there is something kind of sick about certain pockets, as we've described here, where it might just be goalless. It might be, and I think you're right. But it's also hard to tell, like, just because we perceive it that way, that's actually a substantive difference in the
Well, that's
motivations
what
of
I
the
mean.
individual.
But that's what I mean. Sometimes it's murky and we're not sure
Mhm.
that there's value in it, and sometimes it's very clear that there can be no value in this. Like that those are what I'm talking about. It might be in those murky situations that there's also no value in it. But there's times when you're absolutely certain that okay, yeah, this has no merit whatsoever. There's really no reason for this thing to exist, and I really shouldn't be watching it. And at that point, it's not even do I judge the streamer for putting this on, because as we said earlier, maybe they really need the money. Like they might have some kind of legitimate reason for doing this. But whether there's a legitimate reason for the audience to keep watching, yeah, I think there are times when you cross the line to where there's really absolutely no more reason to be like watching that train wreck. But we do.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know that I necessarily personally disagree, but what I would
Right.
also say is that value is subjective. And
Mm-hmm.
so, what the way when once we recognize that value is subjective, we begin the idea of being able to say that something lacks purpose, that something lacks meaning, that something lacks value. That's an internal conversation of your opinion, and not necessarily something that you can unequivocally put onto an action for the rest of society, especially if you're using a lens like consequences, where the consequences, like there's a whole butterfly effect scenario. You have no idea what the actual unintended consequences might be of some act that looks heinous at first but becomes super positive in some other domain.
Yeah, and that's why I think when you have a value that's approaching zero, then I agree with you. It's subjective enough to where you can't really tell the difference. But when you actually are at the number zero, I think the number zero is a pretty. I don't think that one's subjective. I think that one is when we know we can't get any value out of this. And I think that's more on the viewer than on the performer
Do
in
you
certain
think?
situations.
Do you think then that the viewers of like the Isidore situation, the
Mhm.
Herbie mod situation, the ones who weren't paying,
Right.
that there was any like moral responsibility or uh, a detriment they've created or anything like that just by viewing it, like Schrodinger's
Watching
cat
ads,
style.
Yeah, I mean the ads have a
give them
certain
the algo.
value. The
Uh,
numbers themselves have a certain kind of value. When you glance and you see that your numbers are going up, like that's gonna even if that doesn't translate directly into dollars, it can. And in terms of the responsibility, I mean people brought up Anna before, but like there were mods that were after a certain amount of time, they said we're shutting down your stream. Like I don't care what you say, we're shutting it down. And sometimes it would work. Sometimes she would pop right back on and just like freeze out her mods. But there were people like trying to stop it from happening. So it wasn't,
Mhm.
not everyone was reacting to that moral situation in the same way. So I think there is some reason to you
Let
know,
me
expect.
isolate this a bit more then.
Okay.
Because I hear you with the ads, even if we,
Mhm.
yeah, and the view count number. But
Right.
let's say there was a situation where there was just a camera and
Yeah.
the person knew that this was being broadcasted somewhere, right? Like,
Right.
and they had no idea of like how many or anything like that. But they were hurting themselves like
Mhm.
for the idea of an audience. If this person
Yeah.
has no idea who is watching, how many people are watching, when they are watching,
Right.
does that audience have a any sort of moral
Okay. Oh,
responsibility?
I'm glad you asked that. I had this conversation, really long conversation with a Cistercian monk.
Of course you did.
And
Of
of course
course
I
you
did.
did.
Of course I did. And he was trying to. He was arguing with. We were talking Aristotle, and he was trying to say. Oh, this is not an Aristotelian view, but it was a Neo-Aristotelian view that only humans have immortal souls, and so we shouldn't like. He was responding to like vegans and vegetarians and stuff like that. And he said basically, well, animals have souls, but they only have mortal souls. And so we don't like have any like responsibility, like we don't have responsibility to them. And I was like, well, wait a minute. If they have mortal
Oh, I
souls,
hate this
is
person already.
Yeah, right.
no. I
I
very much
agree.
I very much disagreed with this person.
The vegan
yeah.
pro and streamer
Right.
audience argument.
So I asked him, I said, doesn't it even make it worse because they don't have some kind of afterlife to go to compensate for all the pain they're going through right now? And the most he would admit, but this part I did take to heart, is he said, well, regardless of what you think of the rights of the animal, like if somebody is torturing an animal for fun, like they get pleasure from it or whatever, he said, like that's harming the soul of the person who's doing that. So it's not even just like that you're harming the animal, but in his instance, he was saying you're harming yourself by participating in
That's
something
like a
like
virtue
that.
ethics type of
Well,
argument.
yeah, and while I
I
disagreed with him vehemently about the animal, I did agree with him, or at least it did make sense to me that participating on either side, like, does let's take soul out of the equation because I mean, not everyone like takes the
you know
theological
I'm
view.
gonna have a problem with that, but
Yeah, I
go
know,
ahead.
but
Yeah.
I know you believe in the mind, and I know you believe that the
Yeah.
mind can go through trauma or can harm itself in some way, right? And to me, those are the same thing. Like the mind and the soul is the same thing. So
Okay. I
change the vocabulary of it.
so
The fact is,
I
just participating in cruelty is not good for yourself.
so okay. I'm like a sociopath, right?
Right.
Like
You didn't have
pretend I
to
don't
tell me
know,
that.
like I'm an avid capitalist, right? So like I don't care about people in their
Right.
lives and their outcomes. I
Those are
just
actually
care
hold on,
about
pause. Those are called communists. Those are the people that lack empathy.
thank you, thank you.
They feign empathy,
Thank
right?
you.
But it is only the
But
capitalist that cares.
but if I'm a person who like none of that matters to me. That like I
Right.
can't be emotionally traumatized by someone else's suffering. Do I
You're
have
Dexter.
more weight? Like like I don't know, like if
So
the person doesn't, and even then like even in the construction that a person is doing like trauma to themselves, like, well, whatever, right? It's
Mhm.
that doesn't actually answer my question about like are they do they have moral responsibility to the uh the person doing the
Oneself.
broadcasting,
yeah, let me
or
can I reformulate this?
sure,
Prime guys, have you ever worked fast food?
yes.
Okay, have you ever worked a really long fast food shift?
Sure, yeah.
Isn't that like every fast food?
Right.
I
So
don't know.
It felt
well,
like
Right.
it
well, I mean,
anyway.
sometimes you only work like 4 or 6 hours,
Okay,
when you're a
yeah, yeah.
teenager or whatever,
Yeah, but just
right?
might be a
But so
long
you worked
shift.
a long shift, right? And when you get out of there, did you find that the days that you worked a really stressful shift that was long, you were more curt with people, you were less patient, you're probably more likely to be a dick to people that interacted with you?
It was actually the opposite. So like, and this wasn't in terms of fast food. It was in terms of a job
Mhm.
that I hated. Where like I was dating someone at the time. Surprising, I know. And like when I would come home from this job that I couldn't stand, like I was like so happy to be with my girlfriend, but it was the morning of, right? So I would stay at her house because she was close to the job, and then leave from there. Like that's where I would have that level
The
of stress.
resentment to have to go.
Yeah.
I mean, and I understand that. I mean, that's interesting that, like, you know, increased prolonged exposure of like your own cortisol levels going up didn't make you shittier.
Anticipatory suffering.
But that must be right. It must be you loved that person so much. I would really more likely talk about like the stranger that comes into your path right after you got off of like a long shift. But you can still kind of imagine and empathize now
Yeah.
with your own personal experience. I think that's really the argument here, is that the person that participates in the normalization and the group bullying and torture of somebody, right? Maybe they don't have cortisol levels. Maybe they're not stressed, right? But I think you recognize that the behavior you engage in changes the way that you might engage with others in the world. And when you begin to normalize and accept torturing people for fun and for funsies and for money, right? I think I won't say that it must do so, because some people are going, mental resilience is like a thing we really don't understand, right? Some people are just resilient and some people aren't. But I do think that there's going to be a tendency towards individuals to act out in shittier ways towards other people if they're bringing that kind of joy from negativity into their life. And there might be some people that need that as an outlet, that they actually treat other people in the world better because they do that, right? But I think this is kind of a reformulation of Ike Rich's kind of position here, which is that, like, I don't give a fuck what happens to a tortured cat because a cat is property, but I do give a fuck about hanging out with somebody that tortures cats, because that person is probably a sick fuck that I don't want to be around. And so that's kind of I think is a similar situation, is I do think that there's a high potentiality, though we don't know, that there's a degradation of the positive actions and moral behavior of people that engage in collective punishment for joy against somebody
And
just
that-
to give them
but
money.
wait, like
Oh, you
just
go.
to clarify, because like that distinction that you're making of like sort of like yeah, you wouldn't hang out with someone like you don't have a problem with someone torturing a cat per se, but like you wouldn't hang out with that person because like there's an issue
Well, I have a
of
problem with that person torturing the cat because of what kind of person they are. And
right, but then
treat
what like
humans.
yeah, but then at least to me that begs the question of like what's the difference between a person that like you know to actually like because at least to me from what I'm understanding I could be wrong, I don't misrepresent your position, but like you don't see that as any sort of like moral transgression. So like what's the difference between this person like kicking rocks versus like aren't they both rocks in your scenario?
Well, I think you know, if kicking rocks and torturing a cat were the same thing, then yes, they would be the same thing. They're clearly not the same thing. And the
How
difference
are they?
is that
Can you
the
expand on that?
person isn't gaining any joy from the suffering of the rock, because the rock doesn't experience suffering. I think the cat experiences suffering. I think the person that tortures a cat and derives joy from it
Okay.
derives joy from the suffering of the animal.
I can ground this or distill this down to even further. What if it's just someone that likes you know really dissecting cats, dead cats? They just like pulling them apart.
We call those people scientists, and they're cool.
Yeah, and and that's why vegans don't advocate for that either. So like you see no like so you see no difference
What?
between
No.
you see no difference between a scientist that generally is doing it for a certain purpose and someone who's like they come across some like roadkill and they just want to like pull it apart. You have like to you that's the equivalent of kicking a rock.
I mean, I think someone that comes
As in, like,
across
if your
roadkill
friend-
and like gets really excited about dissecting it, like that's a grayer situation,
I'm not talking about
because they're
dissecting.
not.
I'm not talking about
they're
medical
not-
dissection per se.
Well, that's
like,
what you said, but fair enough.
Sure, I'll try to clarify. Or even, what about the person who just enjoys, like, you know, picking the legs off of a spider? Would you hang out with that person?
Well, I mean, like, you ever read Bukowski's poem about that? It's a fucked up poem, right? You know what I mean? Like, I think someone that derives joy from actions that they perceive to be violent towards conscious beings, maybe that's a better means of explaining this, is somebody that I don't want to hang out with, and somebody that I fear might be a threat in the future, because I think that is transferable to humans. It's not somebody I want, you know, babysitting my kids.
So can I clarify on that one a little bit? Because this
I don't give a
conversation,
fuck about the spider.
Go
yeah,
ahead.
this conversation really was in part about like animal experimentation.
Mhm.
So like, so he was fine with experimentation on animals, even if it caused suffering, because humans like
Leads towards
benefited from it.
purpose.
Right.
Yeah, it leads
But-
to, it's the same thing with Dr. Fauci and those dogs. When people are like, how fucking dare Dr. Fauci infect dogs with leishmaniasis so that we can better understand sandfly infections? It's like, there's probably better ways to do it, but like, I'm not really that upset if it gets us towards alleviating suffering of sandfly and leishmaniasis in like throughout all of North Africa and the Middle East, right? But
right,
you
and
know,
that's what the
when he
conversation
was
was about.
when he was giving AIDS medication to black kids in 2008 in New York City because they were orphans and their parent and they didn't need parental permission, you know, and we were making sure that we were killing and giving cancer to children because nobody gave a fuck about them. You know, somehow that's less of a big deal because people think puppy dog eyes are so sad.
My
Yeah,
God,
and
yeah,
that's what
crazy.
that conversation was about. Whereas this person
You look
like
into it.
who's offering to torture himself like for donos or whatever, like there from the chat's perspective, there are other options. You can give the donos without the torture, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like that's the difference is the purpose.
So
Or you
Scott,
would assess
I
the-
don't even know if the purpose necessarily matters. For me, it would just be the correlations between behavior and like what the person's going to do in the future. If you have somebody who tortures cats, they're going to be more likely to like be, you know, act psychopathic or hurt you. Okay, and now I generally want to avoid people who torture cats. But like
Right.
you could apply this to something that has a purpose. So slaughterhouse workers, for example, you're controlling for a group of people who have like PTSD at relatively high rates, and also an industry that does attract certain types of psychopaths, right? Because of the nature of the work.
You're talking about cops? I'm sorry, what?
So you could also make the exact same argument for police officers, right? And so, or
Had to.
any, I mean, if you want to, right, or any industry that controls for a particular kind of person. And so, you know, even if there's a purpose to slaughterhouse workers or cops or any of these jobs, maybe we might even need them for sure, like cops, I guess, right, Scott? And but we can also agree that like if there's a correlation between their, you know, what they do and something bad, that should be more than enough reason for us just to avoid them.
but hold on.
Right.
So,
I mean,
hold on, because I feel like, and maybe I missed it, and I might have. But I feel like my question, at least the one I was trying to ask, wasn't directly answered. So we can understand that a person who has done the torturing, whether it's in IRL torturing or what we saw here on Twitch, has done a bad thing, right? Has done a moral bad thing towards the broadcaster, right? But what I want to know is, has the viewer, especially if the viewer is unknown as like in the construction that I made previously, are they doing a bad thing towards the individual? I can see, of course, some like society being worse for it, for the normalization and all that, and in that general sense. And I agree with you. But like in terms of like, have you done something just by viewing it, right? Do you have that like quantum power
well,
by like
you're
viewing it
participating.
having the effect? Yeah,
I would say no.
no,
You're
okay.
participating, right? So I think you know, there are certain things that are like that where it becomes nonsensical to say like more or less evil, right? But then there becomes the domain of moral preferences, right? Where we don't really know whether or not it's morally evil or not, right? We're in the subjective realm of like, well, I think this might be wrong. I don't want to hang out with these people, but I can't advocate any form of violence to stop it because I don't know for a fact it's wrong. I just think these people tend to be fucked up or these people tend to be wrong and whatever. And so when we're in that domain, if you're participating in something, right, then there's less potentiality for you to be the bad guy because the action in question is the participation in promulgating it, right? So it's like you know, if you are someone that says OnlyFans girls are morally bad, right? Assuming that you believe that that's morally bad, well, then every person that purchases OnlyFans girls content is participating in furthering that action into the world. But they obviously have less of an effect or less of a culpability towards that situation. And yet at the same time, if in a chorus, everyone together cancel their OnlyFans subscriptions all at once, there would be no more OnlyFans girls. They would disappear. I mean, the person would still exist. They just wouldn't have any means of monetizing it, and so they would stop doing it.
But specifically in the construction that I created, Nico, I think you had your
Everyone
hand up.
stopped watching. They wouldn't make any money.
I'm not sure if you had your hand up, Ico. In the construction that I created was one in which the broadcaster doesn't know if they have an audience, but they're doing it for an audience. And
Okay.
like there's no expectation of monetary value. So like in that case, like, and of course, as you said, it's obvious. We know that
Yeah, but
is
people find ways to monetize attention, right? Like, I mean, like at this
no,
point in the
but just
world,
accept the hypothetical.
it's fantastical, right?
But except
So
the
Prime,
hypothetical. Yeah.
right. The hypothetical is that you have a scenario where the broadcaster doesn't know that he's getting attention, and so the audience, while we can agree they might be like demonstrating poor character qualities by watching it in the first place, because like it's hard to say that they're harming the broadcaster because the broadcaster doesn't even know that they're being watched by the people watching them, which is, I guess, theoretically the only harm
Here
you
we
could
go.
draw.
We can do a real example. Here's a real example, right? Well, I mean, it's a hypothetical, but I'm sure it's happened before. So a person makes homemade snuff film where they brutally rape and murder people. And police get a hold of these videotapes that were never meant to be used for anything other than personal consumption. And someone leaks it onto the internet, and audience members enjoy watching the snuff film, right? So the question is are they
That's
participating
also a Black
into the
Mirror
culture?
episode.
Uh,
The one that takes place in Scotland, the murder village
Whoa.
thing. Yeah.
Black Mirror. All right, go watch Black Mirror, Iko.
It's like Minority Report.
Yeah.
Right, but
We have a
so
second
is
fan.
that person wrong
Yeah.
because they participated and increased the likelihood that this person would do snuff? Well, that's not why they're wrong. They're wrong for the very reason that Iko Rich was talking about with his monk
Salt
friend,
Farm.
right?
Yeah.
Which is that they themselves are becoming a person that is enjoying watching snuff films. And what does that do to their soul, to their mind, to who they are, and the way that they engage in the world? And there are people that might be resilient enough to where it does literally nothing negative, and there's actually no harm caused by this. But I think we agree, like overall, and that's kind of the moral preference situation. Overall, if you watch that shit, I don't want you on the same fucking planet as me,
Yeah.
much less near me.
Yeah.
Right? Because like I don't trust that you won't rape and murder people near me, or that you, at the very least, aren't fantasizing about that, and hopefully, and in your mind, hoping to get up the courage to act it out. And like
Yeah.
that's a dangerous person, even
So-
if they might not be.
What about
Go
people
ahead.
that are like, would you apply the same concept maybe to like people who are in the kink, like CNC stuff? Maybe they're
Well,
demonstrating
consensual non-consent to a certain extent, yeah, probably, because a lot of those people are indeed fucked up, and the kink community loves to lie about the fact that like they're mostly healthy. No, they're mostly unhealthy, fucked up people. But nevertheless, and any kink people can come at me all you fucking want. Go to any kink club, you're not going to find normal fucking people there that just happen to be into feet, or just happen to be into fucking, getting into a ghillie suit and having somebody gape their butthole open, whatever fucking weird shit they're into, right? Like they're
I
mostly
didn't
fucked up
understand
people, and
some
we
of
know
that.
it, right? But nevertheless, right? Like, yeah, I think the logic is the same to a lesser degree. I don't think consensual non-consent is obviously going to be the same thing as snuff. I think snuff is obviously going to be a greater likelihood that the individual is in. But if I heard someone was super into consensual non-consent and then also, wanted to be hired as a babysitter, yeah, I'd pick a different fucking babysitter.
No, that's totally fair, and I agree with you on everything so far. The only issue is when you start getting into things that are correlated, like tattoos is an example, right? There's a correlation between tattoos and like some negative things. But if I see somebody with tattoos, like how much is that really like? I'm not really factoring that in. I guess maybe that's just below a certain threshold for me of
Yeah.
like predictive power. But like it's some predictive power. So all else being equal, I guess you can make judgments
Well,
like
yeah,
that.
and that's the thing too, is that like human beings and our evaluation of human beings don't happen in a vacuum, right? Like we don't look at one trait or one aspect of their personality
Right,
and then make a
right,
judgment based off
right.
it. We meet someone with tattoos, and then they are like, "Hey, I want to be your babysitter," and you're like, I'm looking for like a cheap babysitter, for like my kids. Why is there a tattooed man?" And it's like, I probably wouldn't hire them for that specific job. But like, there might be other things that I know about them. Maybe they're an ABA therapist. Maybe they have these tattoos for a specific reason, and then they turn their life around. That might be a positive evaluation, or it might be a bad evaluation, depending on what it was. Right? Maybe they have certain qualifications that like make me think differently about them. You just kind of don't know. Or
So-
maybe
Yeah,
this is
or they
all.
might-
This is
maybe
also
they're
true
like
with like the people
Filipino,
who.
and it's like fucking some tribal shit or something.
Well-
Right. But this is also true for the people who watch those snuff films, right? Like they could have like a glowing personality trait, except their one weird thing is that they're really into these like fucked up videos. Right?
See, I was just about to
Yeah,
say,
It's possible.
some things like tattoos are maybe predictive in the aggregate. Like if you take groups of people with tattoos and compare to the groups of people, that might mean more. But there are some things that are much stronger predictors. And I would argue enjoying snuff films is probably a much stronger predictor than having a tattoo on the individual level.
Corey.
I haven't
Well, no,
seen the
like the
studies.
hero,
Yeah.
like
I don't know the percentages.
This
for
aspect
each.
of tattoos.
That's the debate.
Tattoos of
That's a
stuff.
pure
I had
debate
them
bro
for
right there.
tattoos. I had them for tattoos, and I had them from hair color.
That's a
artificial hair
pure
color.
debate, bro, right here. Right? I
Yeah,
haven't
but
seen the
no,
studies. So
because that's
We
like
can't
a
know.
it's a low resolution like heuristic. That's the
Yeah, of
issue.
course.
Like where like you have to get very specific, or like you have to be very granular, where I think you recognize that not all tattoos are the same. Like I'm not gonna make any judgments, but like I think the type of tattoos and what you curate on your body like says something about you, or at least from what I understand, people use tattoos as a form of expression. And even just like I think there's sometimes a little bit of difference of like someone who has their entire face tattooed with certain symbols, or like actual hate symbols, versus someone who has, I don't know, some sort of
A Dr.
artwork.
Seuss goldfish.
Yeah,
or
like
something.
MS-13
exactly.
compared to a unicorn, a little bit
Like
different.
you need to be granular, just like I'm sure you have data about hair color, but that's just like a low resolution like heuristic. Same thing with skin color is also a low resolution heuristic to go by. You have to be
Oh,
really
no, you shouldn't
granular.
trust me.
As
And
opposed-
height, right?
as
Shorter
opposed-
people
yeah,
are more likely to
but
be
as
left
opposed to,
wing,
like,
taller people right wing.
Yeah,
Seriously?
sure. But as
Yes.
opposed to,
Yeah.
but as opposed to, and there are good psychological
One
reasons
giga
for
right
that.
wing.
Where like snuff
1-to-1
films,
correlation.
I think is like a very like specific behavior that may be understandably correlated with other things, as opposed to like tattoo, where you're talking about like, I don't know the numbers, but I'm pretty sure there's more tattooed people
It's
than
less. Yeah,
snuff film enjoyers. I think.
I haven't seen the studies. I'm willing to accept it. I'm willing to accept it. I haven't seen the studies. I would assume somebody who like tortures cats is probably on average going to be a little bit more dangerous than your average person who has a tattoo. I would assume this is true, but we don't know for sure.
We don't know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is very interesting once we start getting into how do the heuristic situation, because that's really kind of what we're talking about, is like, how do we subjectively value people's behaviors and presumed behaviors and outward displays of our ability to try and quickly judge a person, and as opposed to like things like aggression, which we can be like, okay, that is a clear evil act. I have tattoos, and it's like,
Ooh, bad
there are
sign.
many different.
Obviously.
Yeah, it's a bad time. A lot of people in in the military had tattoos. It was just kind of like a culture
An
thing.
even worse
Yeah.
sign.
right. I you know what? It's just the
And
right wingers
cops.
really want to hate me. I mostly gave vaccines in the army.
Ooh,
But
ooh, evil.
that's mostly what I did. Yeah, and my my ex, for example, she had like one tattoo. And she was like, she grew up Mormon, and she had a tattoo that like was a secret tattoo. And it was just a little baby turtle, because that was her nickname from running marathons, because she ran marathons all the time, but she was really fucking slow. And she was like, I don't care. Like, I'm doing it for the personal challenge, but like, if it takes me, until the sun is fucking down to get it done, like, that's what it is. And the people called her a turtle. And
Admirable.
it's like a little, like, that tattoo is obviously very, very different than like, teardrop tattoos on your face. So I think, yeah, I mean, there is certainly a low granularity to a heuristic of like tattoos mean bad, and then like you get more high resolution as you start to add context to the tattoos, and those things become, you know what I mean? Like you see teardrop tattoos, all of a sudden you're like, okay, that's a higher resolution kind of like understanding, because that is a person that openly tattooed their face and wanted to let you know that they killed people, and that's what that tattoo means, right? You know, so, or that they've lost people, depending on the eye or whatever, or that they're an idiot and they had money. One way or the other, keep them around, you know what I mean? Like, don't keep them around. Yeah, so I mean, trying to draw this back to an understanding of the person that views torture porn at its lowest level, which is paying money to someone on Twitch to fuck with someone in like a closet, right? Because it's really snuff film, but like way, 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 like barely that, right?
Or pro
And
and stuff
so
even
I
lower.
think, right. I think that there is something that should cause a red flag, right? You know what I mean? I think we all have red flags when we're dating, and if we're dudes, we ignore them. And if we're girls, you know, they might have some meaning, but like only one isn't that big of a deal, right? And if we're dudes, we see like 20, and then like once you get above 20, like they even become like they would be like, oh, this is clearly my soulmate, right? You know, but
They're even
nevertheless,
hotter. Yeah.
right, you know what I mean? Like it's forbidden love now until post nut clarity kicks in. But you know, I think that there is something to be said about this is a red flag. And that's how I would treat it as an individual heuristic. It's like if someone says that they really like donating to people to mukbang and like to pro Anna and to like people that torture themselves, and they love like, you know, they just love seeing people struggle and hurt. It's like, that's kind of morbid. Like, why are you into that shit? And then they're like, oh, I'm gothic. And I'm like, oh, okay, you're hot. You know, like our evaluation may or may not change, right? Like there's a lot of layers here. But I think as a society, do we want a society where that becomes more and more common? Do we want more and more people where their form of entertainment that they enjoy consuming is watching other people suffer? And I think we get that answer from the very beginning of the film, Idiocracy. Because I think it's not a good thing when people are all watching Ow My Balls. Like that's not good for society. And like we should at the very least pay attention to that.
Okay. So why don't we wrap it up here? I did have one quick question, Scott, though, right?
Mhm.
In that BDSM club, why is it a ghillie suit rather than a gimp suit?
I mean, I honestly, because I was searching for the word gimp and my brain couldn't do it, so I just said ghillie suit, which sounds even funnier.
It made it better.
Camouflaged,
It made it better.
Someone camouflaged in the corner, just like unable to be seen. But like it's all like reeds, and people are like, "Why is there a fucking bush in this club right now?" And there's just, you know, I thought it was, you know, so I just went with it. You know?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Still, the heuristic clearly unhealthy, as Scott says. If they...
Cause that, that just like makes it worse for me.
I think it does.
Someone showed up to
I
a
think it does.
BDSM club in a ghillie suit.
Well, I think it's because, you know, there is something to be said. Human beings, we recognize as a low level heuristic, again, as Corey was talking about, right? That when people do weird things, that there's something off about them, right? And that you're in there's a reason there's something off about you. And one thing being off about you, it's like, whatever, I might make fun of you, I might bust your balls and we're friends, but like, that's your weird thing, right? But then when there's multiple things that are off about you, that is like a good indication that like maybe there's some potential mental health issues there, or that this person's not stable. And I think we also recognize that the less normal their thing is, the more concerning it is. Right. I think we recognize that because there is some wisdom in that, even if it's not necessarily true. There is some wisdom over aggregate that like people that are into really specific weird shit is like, you know, is gonna be different. So like if you find out that your friend has a foot fetish, that might just be like a thing
Dead
you
to
bust
me.
his balls about. Right. He might be dead to you. He might be, it might be like weird to something else, right? And that's very right wing of you, Prime Guys, to have a large discuss mechanism response to somebody,
True.
but it is what it is, right? Horseshoe theory coming in, you call me fuck. But anyways, but like if you find out that someone's really into crushing, all of a sudden that's a very different evaluation, right? Like your friend that's kind of into feet, it's like, I'll be honest. I went to a foot fetish website one time because like chat was telling me to, so I did it on a different screen, and they were like, I can't remember what it was. It was like the most normal one. I don't know, like the biggest foot fetish website. It was mostly just Asian women with long legs, and like the feet weren't even the focal point. And I was like, okay, these people might not be that fucking weird, right? Like that, you know what I mean? Like whatever. But if they told me they were into crushing, all of a sudden it's like, get away from me, like, you know. And I think that's maybe not necessarily healthy in every instance, but overall is probably a really good survival mechanism to stay away from people
Mhm.
that are into multiple weird things or are into one or two things that are way off the beaten path, because that becomes like a what are you, and all the rules and assumptions I have for what is normal has to be changed for you. And so now I have to focus on why you're different and try and understand you, or better yet, just avoid you.
So, my thing, right, isn't so in terms of like what Prime is into. Prime is not into anything in particular, right? Like Prime doesn't really have fetishes like that. But what I do enjoy.
No, actually, Prime's favorite movie quote of all time is from Blazing Saddles, where he says, "Where do white women
Where
at?"
the white women at? You heard it. But no, what I did. So I had a friend. It was an older gentleman. At this other job that I used to work, like a mail boy, and at this university.
Interesting name for a profession, mail boy. Is that a code for something? Or like a pool boy?
We'll go to the NSFW voice chat. We'll discuss it. But no, like, so so anyway, like, there was this older gentleman, and like, I don't know how I started this. I don't know, but I definitely like ran with it. Uh, like he didn't know about like sexual fetishes like at all. Like like he didn't know anything. And so like I would like make it a point to introduce him to these sexual fetishes.
So like a new one each shift.
Yes, like that's like what I did. Yeah, like
You know, about ghillie suits at BDSM.
it
So
reminds
you were the Virgil to his Dante.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like like because you reminded me about when you talked about crushing, right? Because that's one of the things I talked to you about. It's like, hey, buddy.
Why do you always have some weird fucking Catholic reference for things? Like,
Oh my God, he's amazing.
You were his Virgil to his Dante.
He's amazing.
All right, you know what I mean? Like we
Well,
all
fair
read,
enough.
we were all forced to read Dante's Inferno at one point.
Yeah, like make an
Right.
office reference like a normal goddamn person. Like,
Right, you know what I mean?
It'll somehow be like the Vatican office.
The Vatican office. But yeah, but no, and I super appreciate my friend.
I don't know why, but my brain is like Gregorian chanting the theme, so it's just like, oh. Like,
My only point is that
I
like,
don't know.
yeah, I really liked introducing this dude to like because I've always been I'm a voyeur for and I like other people's lives in general. And so like the idea that people like are into these different things, like I would research that. And then I would introduce it to this guy. But like to relate it back to the conversation, like it was a little bit torture for him. Like you could see him brace himself when I was about to do it because he knew like I had like an opening to him, right? It's like, hey Vic, hey Vic, like did you hear about this? And he would brace himself, but then he would look at me because like he kind of wanted it. It was like it was paid for him.
How old were you?
How
How old were you?
I was college age.
And how old was this Vic?
This guy's like 40. 40. No,
Okay.
sorry. He's
It's
like,
like
he's like 60. He's like 60.
Oh, that's interesting. Because I would. It seems like you were engaging in like typical male bonding, but like you were doing it with like an old dude. That's very strange. I don't know.
It
What that
was
says
our
about you.
bonding in the end. I mean, it was one of the ways we bonded. I didn't talk to him all that much, but like, because it was like super quiet. And oh my god, there's so many stories about that guy. But whatever. But I introduced him to sexual fetishes. And it was a lot of fun for me. All right, sorry. Moving on from our lives, learning a little something about Prime. We are going to continue to walk on panel. If people want to join us, if not, then we'll just chill. But thanks so much, like to my fellas here. Like shout out to you. Like you guys came through for a tiny panel, and we had a really good time. At least I had a really good time listening to you all and your perspectives. You guys crushed both these. Even
Speaking about crushing.
It just keeps going.
you
Crush
dominated this. You spanked it. You
Dominated
you did a fantastic job on both of these. Even when we had like a lot of agreement initially, we still found ways to have like a really interesting conversation. Not surprising that my regulars are able to do that. That's why I can't. I'll tell you every time how grateful I am for all of you. I really do mean that. But okay. And if you like this, you know, like the channel, yeah, like my YouTube channel. Subscribe. Super chats, hype chats, money, please. Okay, Lactoid, thank you so much, friend, for coming through. This is a lot. Like I said, you didn't hear this, Scott, last week, but I said like. Lactoid does not get enough credit for being hilarious. He had me laughing the entire time today, right? I think he's a really funny guy. So shout out to my friend Lactoid. Thank you for coming on this like Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. I just wanted to say, I really agree with the whole, being normal is good. And I am very normal. I have no sexual fetishes of any kind. The only acceptable method in order to have sex is straight missionary vanilla. Everything else is disgusting to me, and so I judge all of you.
You
Very
have
strongly.
anti fetishes that make me judge you. You
Anti
don't.
fetish.
He
I'm
doesn't like
so normal.
blowjobs. So
Yeah,
like
I'm
that's
so
a problem.
normal. I think it's a testament to my mental health. But no, I appreciate you having me on, and all of you for talking to me. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, friend. Next, our friend Corey, who's a good Christian boy.
Hey, don't insult me like that.
But the point is, like, the type of individual you can introduce to your parents and be safe about it. I think I'm among everyone here. Like, if I was going to introduce anyone to my parents, it would be Corey. I think a safe bet there. And I mean that in like the nicest way. I hope that doesn't sound insulting.
No, I take it as a compliment.
Yeah. But shout out to my friend Corey for coming through.
Yeah, this was great, and I appreciated the smaller panel that apparently got smaller over time, but I think the quality was still way up there in my opinion, and I'm glad they got to be able to speak, 10-15% more, which I appreciate, and I appreciate always being here with these people and being invited on. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, research, and news, and on X and Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. And Scott, iCow, and Lactoid, always a pleasure, and Prime, love you.
Love you too, friend. Aiko, thank you for coming through and adding your amazing references. Of course, you talked. What sect of monk was that? I didn't even recognize it, but
Cistercians. They're a form of.
Sounds made up.
Yeah, right.
Well, they are.
Do you have a study for that?
They're
Reformed
they're
Benedictines.
They're water priests that practice water bending magic, and they move cisterns around.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're actually they're beer
I get it,
making
I get it.
priests. So okay, they are Reformed Benedictines, and then the Trappists are Reformed Cistercians, and you may be familiar with Trappist beers.
But
maybe
no.
Trappist beers are usually really good.
So like
You guys don't drink enough.
I don't drink at all, actually.
Yeah,
Oh, beers.
I'm not a big drinker.
Beers, yeah.
They said beards.
yeah, I
Trappist
thought
beers.
beards. Travis,
No, beer.
are you familiar with
beers,
that? Lactoid?
I've never heard of it. No, but
Yeah.
Try a
I'm
Trappist
not
beer. It's
doubting
really
it.
good. Yeah, it's really good.
I
You can find them
just
at your finer ale houses.
I just want to say that I appreciate my friend Aiko, because of of all the things that he is, right? That he brings us to the table regularly, and he educates us. He introduces us to new topics, and he has the most interesting references, right? Like he's not a basic bitch like the rest of us, right?
True.
He's he
I'm just
brings
an old
something
bitch.
new, and valuable. So thanks so much, friend.
Sure, no problem.
And finally, our friend Scott. We don't get to see him as much, but always hard hitting, always memorable, and also really always adds something. And though I don't like to admit it, I do learn something from my friend Scott, pretty much every time he shows up, and I'm grateful for that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, you can find me Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. Rumble, YouTube. If you want to watch gaming channel I just made, I haven't not a ton of content yet, just because it's a side project, but slowly putting out content on Fabian 101. If you want to just have fun. I do want to make one thing clear. Normally I don't try to fix my statements or anything. But I'll make an exception this time. I do want to make it clear that I don't think being normal is always good, right? I do think that there's a delicate balance within society towards those that move out towards the edges. I think society works best when artists are able to engage in kind of the crazy fringe of things. I think there is, especially within males, right? Because the whole XY chromosome situation, theoretically, right? I don't want to say this is scientifically proven or anything, but it seems to be that there's more kind of experimentation with different genes and different traits and different personalities. And I do think that that is good, because a stagnant society is horrible. Um, I just don't think it's good when, the chaotic element is normalized to such a degree that it can't fulfill its function anymore, which is that you're supposed to be ostracized for being different. And that ostracization is supposed to be a barrier to entry to changing society. You're supposed to be fucking weird, and then you come back and go, guys, trust me, cheese is really good. And everyone else goes, fuck you, I'm not eating rotten milk. And then but cheese happens to be so fucking good that it works, right? But what you don't want is, you don't want, a society of people that can't stop sucking off cow udders, right? It's supposed to be a weird person at the fringes that comes back to the main group, right? With something new that propels, with a new idea, a new innovation, a new thing that propels society forward in a better way. And I think that balance has become, with social media and with the hedonism that is so prevalent and the degeneracy that's so prevalent, but also the lack of proper order in society. um we've lost our ability to properly ostracize the weird and ensure that only the good things get added to our culture.
Thanks so
I don't know.
much.
I'm Fabian Liberty. You can find me in a bunch of other places. Like I said, just search everywhere for that.
Thanks so much, friend. Okay, so we will continue on to our open walk on panel right after this. And again, shout out to these individuals. Go find them wherever they might be, because I think they're all worth listening to. Every single person here, they're fantastic. Right. So we will do the thing. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Pleasure.
Okay. Face is back on screen. Anyway, so yeah, I thought that was a lot of fun. That was really interesting. So I'm so grateful for these guys. I gotta tell them all the time. They're fantastic, and they add a lot to this community. I was actually a good. I don't like. Hello, YLM. Thanks for being here. I don't like the addition of the word actually to that sentence. That was actually a good panel. No, that was a good panel. You could just, as usual, as usual, right? Like usual. Like usual, that was a good panel. This is what Mitch said. A slip of the fingers, I'm sure. Slip of the fingers. But anyway, but thanks for being around. Yeah, support the channel, guys. I could always use your help in continuing this community. Expert open in chat. Lets you know there's an open walk on panel. Honest member, like issue, stay at home may participate. So we'll stick around for a little bit. See if people join. If not, I'm gonna go chill. Probably pay some more AC6. I got stuck on the first boss, and then I didn't do anything with it, so like I dropped it. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna beat that first boss. The Baltius or Baltus or whatever the fuck. I'm stuck there. Whip my ass. I know I can beat it. I've gotten man, I got that thing down like 7/8 to its health. Like, I know I can beat it. I can beat it. Just issues. Yeah. But it's a fun software game, so that's part of the fun, is running your head into a wall constantly. Ah. But a shout out to anyone else playing Armored Core 6. Armored Core 6 out there. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I like it a lot. But it's fun in the masochistic, torturous sense. In the torturous sense, it's a lot of fun. So I'm just gonna wait for a little bit and see people join in, and then I will decide what to do from there. So we'll get it like 5 minutes. So if you guys want to join, like now's the time. Jump to Discord. There's a link, and then either if you're YouTube or Twitch, there's a link. You can go to Discord, then you go to the waiting room, and then you can join in. It'll be fun. We'll talk. Right? That was a good panel as usual. Thank you, Lem, for being so kind as to correct your sentence. But yeah, so yeah, do that, join in. Yeah, so when it comes to like that social responsibility thing, like, I guess I'm of two minds. Like, look, I don't want a world where we torture each other. I don't want a world where we watch Coliseum matches. But I think our friend Lactoid like made a good point about yeah, but like in this world, in this particular world, you've watched boxing, right? You've watched the NFL. Now, my moral high ground is a little higher than others because I don't watch sports. Fuck those things. But like still, like um like I have watched them and like I haven't like condemned them, and I haven't done anything to like stop sports being played, like the violent ones. I haven't done anything. Like, who am I to judge others for that? But still, like, is it a worse society to have a violent one? I also found it interesting what Scott was saying about like masculinity and violence being inherent to it. And I'm not entirely sure that's the case, but I don't have any like a strong argument against it. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's a construction of masculinity where like violence is centered. And maybe he's not saying it's centered, right? But like an integral part of being a man is, like these violent urges. And look, and so I don't watch sports, but what I do watch, right? I watch anime. I watch a lot of that. And the ones that I like are the ones that involve violence. Like that's what I'm really into, is that kind of like I don't I it's hard for me to get to anime where there isn't a level of violence. And specifically it's less like it can't be violence for violence sake, right? Because I like awesome looking violence. Like, oh yeah, anime battles are like really cool. But like more how I conceptualize it's about stakes. Like there's stakes involved. There. And I guess a person who likes sports might say the same thing, that there's like, the championship is on the line. And so that matters to them. But like with the narrative, I like stakes. And that stakes don't feel real if like someone might not get fucked up. And then in terms of the video games that I like, I mean, well, I just talked about Armored Core 6, which is like a war game. And talked, I've and you know, and a whole like most of the games that I've played have been on that level. I've been like warlike things, but I don't know. Armored Core 6 sucks. Okay. I shut let's see. Alright, whatever. Baldur's Gate 3 and Starfield for the win. I want to play Starfield and I want to play Baldur's Gate. I think Baldur's Gate's coming out. It's just that like it didn't. I don't have a PC, of course. Oh, I mean, I have a PC, but I don't do PC gaming. And I think Baldur's Gate is coming out on Wednesday for PS5. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get it immediately. And Starfield, I really wanted to play, but I don't have an Xbox. And again, no PC gaming. I don't like to watch sports, but will watch sports anime for odd reason. So I only just started, even then, I only just started watching some sports anime. I watched Haikyuu, the volleyball one. I didn't even know it was volleyball. I swear to God, I thought it was I thought it was basketball. I thought Haikyuu was basketball, but it's apparently it's volleyball. I found that out the first episode. Like what? Okay, and like. That was good. Like that was the only it was not good for the stakes. So I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about like the high school championship that we're all working towards. Like I don't give a shit about that. I don't give a fuck. It's like there's no stakes there, right? But I ended up liking it and watch all the available episodes, because I like the character, so the character development and just like the colorful characters are great. The interactions, fantastic. Really, and honestly, a funny show. And then I also watched Blue Lock, which is interesting. Like again, I don't give a shit about the stakes. Oh man, I want to be a pro soccer player. I don't fucking care. But like the character interactions were like really fun and really interesting. So, yeah. If you like RPGs with heavily immersive elements, you'll probably like Baldur's Gate. Yeah, no, yeah, like I said, I want to play it. I've been interested into it. I'm really big into RPGs. Really, really big into RPGs. But I just don't have and then like I've already spent some money like on I've already spent money on getting AC6. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get Baldur's Gate 3 immediately. Like if I don't play it immediately, like I'll be fine. Like I do want to play it, but I just all the times like I rush out to get games and then I don't play them immediately and then like later on I see them like on sale. I'm like, why didn't I just fucking wait? Like I waited a year to fucking play this game to pick this thing up. I could have just waited for a sale, so I might just wait for a sale. But it looks like a fantastic game. Anyway, Command and Conquer has James Earl Jones and Tim Curry back in the day. I played although Command and Conquer. I got that just for like the acting. This is before at least before my understanding of like what YouTube could provide. Because if I had that, then I wouldn't have fucking bothered. Command and Conquer sucked, but like their skits, like the story, the live action story, priceless. And Tim Curry, oh, chef's kiss, right? Lila Waterkai, thank you for gifting us up to John D. Hey, awfully kind of you. Thank you for being the second person to support the channel today, and this month. To the Prime so you can buy more games. Hey, I really appreciate that. Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah, so like I think I'll hold off on Baldur's Gate. I'm excited for it. And one day we wanted to play Starfield. But as I understand, it's probably just as buggy as the rest of. So okay. Well, last thing I'll say on this. Bethesda games. People always talk about how like buggy they are. I never have a buggy experience with Bethesda games. I always play them on a PlayStation. And also I played them on Xbox, I guess before. But on a console, I've always played them on console. I don't experience the bugs everyone else does. I just never do. Maybe just PC gamers. I don't know, but that's just my experience. But everyone else is like, oh, they're just a completely buggy mess. I've never run into any of that. But maybe I'm just lucky. I don't know. But I do want to play Starfield. Starfield looks amazing. Okay, so it looks like we're this things are kind of dead here in terms of the open panel, which is fine because I'm just gonna go play AC6. Anyway, guys, thank you for coming through. Let's find a place to raid. That was weird. Okay, we're gonna raid our friend Not Sarah died again. Hooray! And then we'll be back in the future